One first panel of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to the order of reference from the House of Commons, we are meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's meeting is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available to the House of Commons website. So with that, I'd certainly like to welcome all our panelists and would hope that you can try and hold your remarks to about 5 minutes, and it'll give a little more time for questions. So this panel is on public transportation, and will likely veer a little bit away from that from time to time. So, okay, to start with, we'll go with the Air Transport Association of Canada, John McKenna, President and CEO. The floor is yours, Mr. McKenna.
Okay, found the unmute button. Good. Can you hear me, sir?
We've got you.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is John McKenna, and I'm the President of the Air Transport Association of Canada. And I thank you for inviting me to appear before this committee. I just want to be able to switch to French for 1 second to say that, bonjour, messieurs, je vais parler en...
Hello everyone, I'll be speaking English for technical reasons this afternoon because it's complicated to go back and forth from one language to the next, but I'd be happy to answer any of your questions in the language of your choice.
Back to English. ATAC has represented Canada's commercial air transport industry since 1934. We have 180 members engaged in commercial aviation operating in every region of Canada. Our members range from flight training organizations, local air taxi, regional carriers that serve remote, northern, and Indigenous communities, to very large carrier servicing Canada, the US, and international destinations for both business and leisure travel. We welcome the opportunity to comment on the devastating impact that this pandemic and its containment measures are having on our industry. Although we support the government in its actions aimed at curbing the spread of COVID-19, containment and restrictions on air travel have had a truly horrendous economic impact on most segments of the air transport industry, with traffic and revenue down to less than 10% of usual levels. Many of our members have ceased operations altogether. Air operators are counting on financial aid package from the government, while some operators struggle to continue servicing northern and remote communities that rely on air transport for survival. We believe that, unfortunately, a significant number of air operators, I believe, unfortunately, that a significant number of air operators will probably not survive, and the quality of air services to Canadians will undoubtedly suffer. Canada is lacking behind, as most foreign governments acted within weeks to come to the aid of the aviation industry, including the USA, Australia, Brazil, China, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Hong Kong, Italy, New Zealand, Norway, Singapore, Spain, Sweden. Meanwhile, our letters to the Prime Minister, to the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Economic Development, and the Minister of Indigenous Services remain unanswered. Our industry is capital intensive with very high fixed costs. While little or no revenue is generated, operators still have to pay for their aircraft through loans or leases, insurance, basic regulatory required airworthiness upkeep, hangars, and parking fees, in addition to all the other normal business overhead costs. So far, the government has tabled Canada's emergency wage subsidy program, which can only help pay for a skeleton staff when operations are all but stopped. Canada's large employer emergency financing facility is interesting, but its $300 million threshold eliminates the vast majority of air carriers. We estimate that only 5 or 6 carriers qualify for this program, while over 30 other carriers, key socioeconomic enablers in their regions critical to Canada's connectivity, are left out. The Canadian government must recognize the critical role that aviation plays in Canada. Without immediate government help, many Canadian operators will not be around to provide their critical service and its enabling role on the economy at the beginning of the long recovery, when they'll be most desperately needed. The critical government financial aid package will also avoid greater economic damage by ensuring that operators can rapidly scale up when travel restrictions are lifted and quickly contribute to jumpstarting the Canadian economy. However, some airlines may require more than loans if they're to continue providing essential service to Canadian communities. Our industry is facing two major challenges. The first, of course, is short-term survival. The other is the uncertainty of what our market will look like coming out of this crisis, which is best summarized by the following questions. How long before people are willing and able to travel by air again? When will foreign borders open up and remain open? What health and safety restrictions will the government impose on our operations? And will those restrictions make the cost of flying prohibitive? We expect that the impact of COVID-19 will be much longer lasting than initially thought, and that recovery will be slow, very slow, and unfortunately impossible for a number of them. A comprehensive government action plan will help the air transport industry save over 55,000 direct skilled jobs and many times that in indirect jobs. Maintain essential connections, transport people who require medical treatment, deliver life-preserving supplies, and overall be a key enabler for the recovery of the Canadian economy. I thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. Turning then to the Canadian Urban Transit Association, Mark D'Angelo, President and CEO. Mark? Mr. D'Angelo, your mute is on, Mark. There you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Apologize
You're not
for that.
the first. You're not the first.
And I was just saying that a thank you for allowing CUTA to appear before the committee today. So let me start by directly addressing what I know many of you are asking. Why is keeping buses and trains a federal issue? Why am I not appearing before a provincial committee? Very simply, why is this your problem to fix? It's because in a time of national crisis, we need national leadership. The kind of national leadership that's been on display in Washington and London, where national governments believe public transit is in the national interest. That's the national leadership we need in Ottawa and to bring provinces to the table, and I'm hopeful it will come. Because I know the government knows how important cities are to this country, how important transit is to our cities, but the pandemic has hit transit hard. So let me start by explaining where transit systems are today. And I know some of my colleagues are also on the panel and they can speak in more detail. Service has been reduced in many cities. Layoffs have been widespread. At the height of the lockdown, many systems saw ridership fall by 90%. In many cases, revenue was down 100% as systems allowed for rear door boarding to protect drivers and not collect fares. And let's not forget, transit isn't just within cities, it's for a large part of the country, how people in smaller towns and cities can only get to larger centers, and that's through some of our other providers. So private providers saw ridership and revenue plummet by about 95% in the same time. None of this is news, none of it's surprising. When we lock down, people don't take transit as much. But let's think about the roughly 1 million people a day who are continuing to take transit. So they're doing essential work on which we all depend. They're disproportionately low income. They keep our grocery stores running. They clean our hospitals and nursing homes. And they are the most likely to take a bus to work. So when transit systems collapse, here's what will happen. After a day on the front line, a nurse may wait longer to see his or her family. The grocery clerk will have to get up earlier to spend a day in harm's way. And vehicles may remain crowded. These people don't deserve a lesson on jurisdiction. They deserve better than hearing why airlines can be helped and not them. What they deserve and what Canadians deserve is a recognition that allowing cities to fail because their transit system has failed is no plan at all. It's no plan for the essential workers we transport today. It's no plan for our cities as the economy begins to reopen. And it's no plan for a long-term recovery in which transit systems will simply not be able to take part because we can't keep running our buses and trains empty forever. I know the federal government doesn't want this problem, but I believe it can help solve it. They know how important transit is to our cities. The government wants transit to keep running for those essential workers who depend on it every day, and because it will need to be there tomorrow as the economy reopens. So the fact is, as has been said so often during the pandemic, we're all in this together, the federal government included, which is why I'm here, is to ask for your urgent help because time is running out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Turning then to the City of Winnipeg, Dave Wardrop, Chief Transportation and Utilities Officer for Winnipeg. Go ahead, Mr. Wardrop.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for your invitation to join you today. The City of Winnipeg appreciates the opportunity to appear before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance this afternoon. I'd like to provide you with a brief overview of our current situation in public transit, as well as our broader transportation and utility systems. In recent years, the City of Winnipeg has been working on a number of initiatives to make public transit more effective and affordable. This trend has continued in 2020 with Winnipeg's commissioning of Stage 2 of the Southwest Rapid Transitway, which was achieved well under budget and ahead of schedule. Work is also proceeding on the development of Winnipeg's Transit Master Plan. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the landscape for municipal services, confronting all city programs and services with major challenges. Our city as a whole is anticipating a cumulative shortfall of $73 million in 2020, provided the impacts of the event have subsided by the end of August. Impacts of COVID-19 beyond the end of August could be expected to have even more severe financial implications. Winnipeg has implemented a COVID-19 management plan to help mitigate the efforts that the crisis is having upon the City of Winnipeg. This plan includes public transit service reductions and staff layoffs. Still, even with these measures, there will be drawdown on the city's financial stabilization reserve fund. The delivery of public transit has proven to be a substantive part of Winnipeg's operational challenges. Ridership has fallen by approximately 72% since the same period last year. As of April 30th, Winnipeg Transit's lost revenue has amounted to $7.1 million, and this amount could rise to $28 million by the end of 2020. As a result, Winnipeg Transit has reduced service by introducing enhanced Saturday schedule on weekdays and made the extremely difficult decision to lay off 246 bus operators on a temporary basis. These layoffs are in addition to the 674 staff that were laid off as part of Winnipeg's COVID-related closure of recreation centers, pools, arenas, and libraries, for a total of 920 COVID-19 related layoffs to date. In addition to regular transit operations, the COVID-19 crisis has greatly complicated the opening of Stage 2 of the Southwest Rapid Transitway and the launch of other transit programs, such as Winnipeg's low-income bus pass. Furthermore, the impact on customers could extend well into and even beyond the COVID-19 crisis. How long will it take to rebuild transit ridership is a crucial but open question. The impact of the crisis on our employees is also a concern for the City of Winnipeg. Following the temporary layoffs, some employees' confidence will undoubtedly be shaken. Some may take early retirement, and some may seek employment elsewhere. As such, Winnipeg Transit faces not only the challenges associated with lowered workplace morale and increased workplace stress, but also the real tangible costs associated with workplace turnover and the need for additional overtime, recruitment, and training that result from turnover. Underlying and further aggravating all these issues is the unprecedented uncertainty the city is facing going forward. In response to this challenge, the City of Winnipeg has quickly and effectively adapted the manner in which it provides transportation and utility services. Some examples of this include Winnipeg's Fleet Management Agency having created new protocols to protect staff, including the rental of additional vehicles to ensure safe physical distancing. Winnipeg's Parking Authority has relaxed parking enforcement in recognition of altered patterns of activity and physical distancing needs, not, however, without further negative financial implications. To protect staff and the public, Winnipeg's Water and Waste Department has suspended many regular in-home services and has also suspended water turnoffs for non-payment of bills and late fees. Winnipeg's Public Works Department has developed new flood control operational protocols for activities such as filling sandbags and building dikes to ensure proper physical distancing. Traffic signal timings have been adjusted to accommodate The changing volumes of traffic on city streets and solid waste and recycling crews have been stretched as the volume of residential garbage and recycling has increased significantly. In response to the changing operational landscape resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, Winnipeg Transit, as a frontline service provider, has also implemented comprehensive cleaning and safety protocols. Winnipeg's transportation and utility staff, and in fact staff across all City of Winnipeg departments, have made exceptional efforts to meet the goals of the Winnipeg Pandemic Recovery Framework. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the City of Winnipeg staff for their commitment and adaptability, and also the residents of Winnipeg for working with us to slow the spread of COVID-19. In an uncertain time, we appreciate the certainty of their goodwill. Thank you again for the invitation. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wardrop. Turning then to Greyhound Canada Transportation Corporation, Stuart Kendrick, Senior VP. Stuart, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the committee, and thanks again for the invite to speak today. I'm Stuart Kendrick, Senior Vice President, Greyhound Canada. I proudly work for Canada. Almost immediately after the COVID-19 lockdown began, our ridership declined by 95%. Despite our best efforts to reduce costs by gradually reducing service and our significant outreach efforts to the government, we simply could not continue operations without financial support. We do not receive any government subsidies like some of our competitors, such as Via Rail and some municipal and provincial transit who also provide intercity travel. We're completely reliant on the fare box of revenue to survive. Greyhound is also a member of a coalition of regional intercity bus companies from across Canada whose operations have been similarly impacted. These companies include Wilson Bus Lines, who operate in the province of British Columbia, Maritime Bus, who operate in PEI, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, Orleans Express, who operate in Quebec, and Coach Canada, which operate in Ontario and Quebec and into the United States, as does Greyhound Canada operate in Ontario, Quebec, and the United States. Before COVID-19, the coalition employed about 1,400 people, serviced hundreds of communities across the country, and carried several million Canadians annually. But on May 12th, after incurring weeks of significant losses and no financial support from governments in sight, Greyhound suspended services in Canada. This shutdown has meant that approximately 400 Greyhound employees in Ontario and Quebec have lost their jobs, and our customers were left without service. I want to spend the rest of my time with you today talking about our customers. 30% of our riders are students. We help them get to college or university and to visit their families for the holidays. Not everyone in this country has parents who can afford to fly them home for a long weekend or have a car to drive hours to pick them up. They rely on us, the bus carriers. 25% of our riders are seniors, often on fixed incomes. Seniors ride our buses to get to medical appointments in the city when the care they need isn't available in the small town or rural community. They ride our buses to visit grandchildren. They don't want to drive or are not interested in driving on a busy highway. They rely on the bus. 60% of our riders are women. Among them are single moms who need an affordable and safe way to travel with their kids. Our services are how they take their kids to city to see friends, extended family, or a special weekend, assuming they can afford some leisure travel. Our buses provide a safe and comfortable transportation for women traveling to the next town for a job interview or at Women's College Hospital in Toronto for medical appointments. They rely on Greyhound. Before the pandemic hit, 15% of our riders were unemployed, and 40% of our riders were people with a household income below $25,000 annually. To be sure, these are not folks who are going to benefit from an airline bailout, as important as that may be, and they're not Bay Street people. They're Main Street Canadians from small towns, rural communities, and inner city neighborhoods who are just trying to get where they need to go. Whether it's for work or family visits, and when they can afford, again, some leisure travel, they rely on the bus travel. These are people who this crisis has hit the hardest: women, students, and the working poor. I'm here to tell you that as people start moving around again and as the economy opens up, these are people who are going to need affordable, reliable inner-city busing to help them look for work, go to medical appointments, and finally see their families again. We have been asking the Government of Canada and the provinces for help. For the sum total of $26 million, the 5 members of our coalition could operate on a break-even basis, running at 50% of our pre-COVID capacity for 6 months. In that regard, we noted Minister Duclos' recent statement to the CBC that there will be something for inner-city busing. Quickly, he said. We need your help so we can be there for Main Street Canadians. I urge this committee to give inner-city busing a lifeline so that we can survive this difficult time and be there to provide transportation services to Canadians when the economy rebounds. Thank you, committee, for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kendrick. Turning then to Group Autocar Genois, Mr. Lefebvre, President.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for inviting me to appear before the Standing Committee on Finance and for giving us the opportunity to talk about the problems in the public transportation sector. And I'm the President and CEO of the Coaches and Bus Association in Quebec. The pandemic in the public transportation sector has shaken the bus transportation industry in Canada and in Quebec, and all sectors of activity of carriers have been hard hit, particularly charter and tourism transportation. Now, unlike some industries that remain partially operational, the tourism industry and charter travel sector have had to shut down all of their operations overnight. And for us, the carriers, this amounts to revenue losses in Quebec of over $21.5 million monthly. This is unprecedented. For example, for my organisation, which normally operates 45 vehicles in this field of activity, the losses will be in the order of $3.1 million by June 2030. No one can predict when tourism will resume and ramp up in light of this pandemic, and carriers will need government assistance tailored to their particular needs. The passenger transportation by bus is essential for all Canadians, Quebecers, and for all those who come to discover our beautiful province and our beautiful country. In Quebec, the motor coach charter travel industry generates $240 million in annual turnover, not including the associated economic spin-offs. And approximately 4,000 direct jobs at over 160 independent companies operate over than 530 motor coaches across Quebec and elsewhere. Now, setting the bus, these numbers aside, our sports teams that go from city to meet new challenges by competing in numerous tournaments throughout Quebec and abroad. It is our young students who each and every year discover and marvel at the scale and proportions and frenetic pace of major Canadian and American cities. And let's not forget our seniors who visit our museums, go to concert halls, and enjoy the opportunity to relax and to be entertained in the various regions of Quebec. Now, this current crisis is forcing the cancellation of these activities, not to mention many guided tours of our major cities, and above all, many tourist tours that are supported by an impressive clientele from all over the world. Now, since last March in Quebec alone, 18,000 contracts have been cancelled, totalling $86 million in gross losses from March to June, or approximately 35% of carriers' annual sales. And if the current crisis persists beyond the summer season, expected losses could reach an additional $103 million, amounting to a further 45% loss of our annual sales by late October. Now, these tough times have meant for us and over 80% of our operators colossal losses that jeopardise the survival of our organisations. Independent carriers have massive infrastructure and significant capital assets that they must support. They borrow heavily in order to purchase, maintain and house a fleet of sophisticated and very expensive vehicles. Now, for my organisation, in addition to the catastrophic financial losses, This complete shutdown of operations is causing other significant damage. Among other things, the loss of our specialised workforce, the difficulty in retaining our professional drivers who need to work and who, in the case of many, turn to transportation companies of all kinds. In agreement, there's also agreements to defer or forgive loans, but our financing structure with our major capital infrastructures does not permit us to access or obtain all these new funding and financing streams. The government assistance to meet our current cash flow needs only focuses on loans. In order to resume our operations, and make sure that they're safe for our employees and customers, there needs to be some sort of accommodations made both financially and structurally. Passenger transportation is an important sector in the recovery of the tourism sector in Quebec and Canada. But if this critical situation continues, hundreds of jobs will be lost and dozens of buses will be cut back to adequately serve travellers and the Canadians and Quebec population. Now, our industry needs specialised, tailored support so that our 160 businesses can continue to help all travellers from here and elsewhere, as well as all Quebecers who visit our country and the rest of the continent, and help them to discover Quebec. With adequate assistance to get through this historic crisis, our transportation companies will be ready and willing to participate in the recovery of the tourism sector. Thank you very much, and I'd be delighted to respond to your questions in due course.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Just to give, before I turn to the last witnesses, just for members' benefit, the order of questions in the first round will be Todd Doherty first, then Peter Fragiskatis, and Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. So turning now to London Transport Commission, Kelly Palisny. Sorry, Kelly. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairman and members of the Standing Committee of Finance. Thank you for inviting me today to discuss the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on public transportation. My name is Kelly Palisny, and I'm the General Manager of the London Transit Commission in London, Ontario. I also serve as Chair of the Board of the Ontario Public Transit Association and am an executive member of the Canadian Urban Transit Association. I've been invited here today to speak to you on behalf of London Transit Commission. We are the 15th largest transit agency in Canada based on ridership. In 2019, we moved 24.9 million passengers and collected $34.2 million in revenues. Our transit service provides Londoners with access to their community, whether that's patients and employees to our city's hospitals, students to local high schools, Western University and Fanshawe College, workers to our industrial parks, or shoppers to every corner of our city. Prior to mid-March this year, the London Transit Commission was beginning work on an exciting new infrastructure project to bring bus rapid transit to London. The federal government committed to investing $123 million to our rapid transit initiative and supporting projects in 2019. The accessibility, frequency, reliability of public transit were set to improve in our fast-growing city. Our mayor has also recently outlined his intention to transition our fleet to zero-emission buses in the near future. Then the pandemic hit. In response, in the interest of public health and in an effort to continue moving essential workers to and from their workplaces, our transit agency, like hundreds of others in Canada, moved to rear door boarding of our buses to encourage physical distancing between drivers and passengers. We also heightened cleaning and disinfecting of our fleet and maintenance facilities, among other measures, to ensure that the transit service is offered in a safe and sanitary environment for all. These measures have been rolled out while our transit agency has foregone the collection of revenues in the interest of public safety. This deprives the London Transit Commission of our largest revenue source. But the service must continue to operate for essential workers as they continue to battle the pandemic. In effort to address the budget shortfalls associated with the lost revenue, London Transit has reduced service levels to approximately 70% of what they would normally be and canceled the planned service improvements for the fall of this year. We have depleted 2 of our operating reserves in order to cover shortfalls through June and have now put the city on notice that we are out of funding options. Like in other provinces and territories, municipalities in Ontario are prevented from running deficits. This means there's not much of a local funding backstop available for transit agencies in their hour of need. It's critical for higher orders of government to support transit, given that they have the fiscal tools at their disposal that city governments lack. We urgently need federal and provincial support for emergency operating funding. This support will avoid doing decades of damage to our transit networks and reinforce our ability to decarbonize the public transit sector. As our communities slowly begin to reopen and as our economy begins to rebuild, it's critical to have well-functioning public transit systems. We move people to jobs, appointments, attractions and classes, and pretty much everything in between. We cannot afford to have our transit agencies on their knees and contemplating service cuts and layoffs while customers continue to return to our service. Just this past week, as Ontario slowly began to loosen restrictions, we saw ridership increase by 10% over the previous week in London. Service reductions at this time will hamper our local and national recovery efforts and could encourage transit riders to move back to their cars. I would like to thank members of this committee and members of the House of Commons for coming together to support Canadians during the pandemic. Your work and dedication have been exemplary. So too have the efforts of frontline transit workers. It's time to support those efforts to ensure that our communities have the safe and reliable transit services they deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Kelly. We will go to the first round will be 6 minutes, and we'll start with Mr. Doherty.
Mr.
Todd?
Chair, sorry to interrupt. I just want to mention to you that we also have a witness with the Canadian Ferry Association.
Oh, he's not on my list, and we brought him in yesterday.
With a last-minute addition.
That's right. I'm sorry, yeah. Well, and I think I said at the time, I can't believe how we missed the ferry service. Go ahead, Mr. McKenna, I believe.
No, Mr. Bui.
Okay, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to thank you for giving the Canadian Ferry Association a voice at the committee. Our members transport over 55 million people, 22 million vehicles, and billions of dollars of goods. At least they did until COVID-19. Ferry operators have seen a dramatic drop in ridership that is expected to be the situation in the situation we're in. However, as they provide a vital link to the communities they serve, they are asked to continue to provide similar services. A vital link, yes, but who will pay the bill? Let me first congratulate the elected officials, their political staff, and the public service on an impressive effort to support Canadians and the Canadian economy for this crisis. However, when programs are created so quickly, they often need to be tweaked to better reflect the reality on the ground. This is not an exception. I will raise three specific issues: eligibility under the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program, and provide two examples, BC Ferries and the Ottawa River Ferries, a program for vital transportation service, and the financial impact of temporary measures should they be prolonged. Let me give you the example of BC Ferries, which represents 35% of our sector. It provides crucial linkages to coastal communities in British Columbia. Some of you are living in those communities right now. It is a private company created by provincial legislation to deliver coastal ferry services in the province. It has one owner, a not-for-profit corporation, but for tax purposes, under the Income Tax Act, it is recognized as being owned by the province of British Columbia. 80% of its revenues come from ferry users. With a decline of 80% in traffic, the losses have been staggering for the company and are in the range of $1 to $1.5 million per day. Due to the unique nature of its ownership, its only path for eligibility under the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program is to be declared a prescribed organization. Provincial ministers have written to their federal counterparts, and we have raised this issue ourselves numerous times. To date, we do not have a response. If BC Ferries is not designated as a prescribed entity, rest assured that this will have a dramatic impact, not only on the company, but on the whole sector in Canada. BC Ferries is a world leader in its class and recognized as such internationally. The impact will be felt on the environment, on employment, and on the recovery of the community served. This committee could recommend that BC Ferries be made a prescribed organization under the Act. We hope that you will. Members, mainly located around the Ottawa River in Quebec and Ontario, as another example, are not eligible for the Canada Employment Emergency Wage Subsidy Program, as they had no revenues in March, April, and May 2019. This is due to the flooding that year, the flooding on the Ottawa River, that prevented them from operating their ferries until mid to late June 2019. Those operators, their employees, and the communities they serve see themselves victimized 3 times: by the flooding in 2019, by COVID-19 in 2020, and now by the inflexibility of the program. Surely we can't turn to them and say, you would have qualified if only one disaster hit you, but not if you had 2 disasters. Common sense will hopefully prevail. We also need a program for vital transportation services, especially for those regulated by the federal government. Regardless of the technicality of who owns them, they provide a service that is vital for Canadians and they need to be supported. Private companies such as OceanX, municipalities, First Nation, provincial agencies. We can't ask organizations to keep delivering services for an extended period of time and get no or almost no revenues from it without any support. I would like to raise one last issue. We also need to look at the impact of rules put in place by Transport Canada. One of those rules, as an example, asks that operators in some cases limit ridership to 50% of their usual capacity. This rule ends on June 30th, but could be extended. If it is, who will compensate ferry operators for the continuing losses they will occur? We need some clarity on this. We have raised those issues numerous times. Most senior public servants we've talked to indicate that they were making a compelling case for both BC Ferries and our members affected by the flood to be included in the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program. We just need to get it done. There's a clear need for organizations that provide a vital link for Canadians. The government needs to urgently provide clarity soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serge, and my apologies for almost missing you twice. Okay, we'll go to 6-minute rounds. Todd Doherty. Go ahead, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This first question is to all of our witnesses, just for confirmation. Have you, as an individual association or as a national association, as part of a national association, written letters to our federal government and ministers or pertinent ministers, and have you received a response, yes or no? I'll start with Mr. McKenna.
Hello, sir. We've written 3 letters and sent also supporting emails to the numerous members of Parliament, ministers, Prime Minister, Finance, Transport, and no, we've not received an acknowledgement.
Thank you. Mr. Bai, the same question?
We've written to the federal government and ministers and ministers' offices. I have to say that we have gotten replies from political staff. We have not gotten any definitive reply, though.
Okay. Mr. D'Angelo, same question.
Okay, thank you. So our letter went in at the end of March to government. Conversations are ongoing. We're optimistic that a solution will be here today. Is that we're still working on getting the $400 million a month we've been calling for.
Thank you. Mr. Kendrick.
Same letters and discussions with staffers at both Finance federally and Transport Canada and the Minister's Office. Jurisdictional responses back, provincial issue.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lefebvre?
Yes, we sent letters federally and also the Department of Transport, Department of Finance. We did get some feedback, but obviously, you've got provincial and federal areas of jurisdiction that need to be respected.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. McKenna. Mr. McKenna, how many airlines are there in Canada currently operating?
Well, airlines are divided in category depending on size. All right.
Right.
There are roughly 45 airlines in Canada.
Okay. Now, of those airlines, how many are anticipated? You've written a number of articles in the newspaper, been or in the media. How many do you expect that may not make or recover from COVID crisis?
Of course, I don't know for sure, but it's a significant number.
Okay, you represent 75% of the small Tier 3 carriers. Is that correct?
Yeah, the regional carriers and the smaller carriers, yes.
Okay.
And some large carriers too, like Porter and Sunwing and so on.
Have the government responses and measures to this date been helpful or beneficial to the aviation industry?
Well, there have been no plans that are designed for aviation and the high cost that we have as far as the industry goes. Right. People have gone to the regular plans that are offered to everybody else.
Okay. Mr. D'Angelo, you mentioned that during a national crisis, there should be national leadership. To date, have you seen this national leadership?
We've seen it from mayors and transit systems across the country that are continuing to use their limited funds to keep the million people that are working on the front line of the pandemic getting to and from work. And mayors have been out front in warning about whether or not there will be federal support forthcoming.
Have you seen national leadership though?
We have. I mean, we've the doors open and the discussions are continuing. It's just a matter of landing on the right split between the senior levels of government, and that's what we're pushing for the federal to be at the table.
Mr. Kendrick, with the introduction of low-cost carriers, potentially the Portage La Prairie 2008 incident, and the rise in personal vehicles, Greyhound has seen a significant, I would say bus traffic has seen a significant decrease. Would I be correct in that?
Absolutely, yeah. Urbanization in Western Canada, obviously the 2008 incident certainly had an impact.
Okay.
Lots of subsidized carriers also encroaching on the private sector.
Right. Now that furthers the divide between urban and rural communities, does it not?
It certainly does. It's obviously a key to any network, whether Greyhound or any small carrier, that you have small town Canada feed into the major networks for seamless connectivity.
Now, Greyhound suspended service to British Columbia, all rural service in British Columbia in October 2018. In exchange, there were rights given to Greyhound, correct, in terms of different more lucrative routes?
Yeah, historically, it's a federally regulated bus industry, which is downloaded to each province. So specifically in the province of British Columbia, yeah, correct. There used to be a model where you operated the high density corridors and operated the smaller ones as part of the regulation. However, with again small town rural feeders and population decline, as well as subsidized carriers going out and operating on those routes, we saw a significant decline in ridership, which impacted that whole formula.
Has the carbon tax impacted the bus services or the regional bus services as well?
Yeah, anytime you're paying more dollars on for fuel and the tax, absolutely that hurts, and as well as when you're obviously the customers who have the ability to have cars as well.
Let's end that round there, Todd. On to Mr. Fragiskatis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start questions with Ms. Pelechny, and if there's time remaining, I'll go to Mr. D'Angelo. Ms. Pelechny, Kelly, thank you very much for taking the time to be here today. I know it's a very busy time back in London, but I have to tell you that your insight here is particularly helpful for the committee to understand not just London's position, but the position of mid-sized cities at this time. Transit is important not just for large communities like Toronto, like Vancouver, like Montreal, but for London and other medium-sized communities. If you could you tell us what, I know there's a number of challenges facing the LTC right now, but what would you say is the biggest challenge, and how much exactly are you asking for in terms of assistance? How much would you need to deal with that challenge, if I can make it more specific?
Sure. So I'll start with the last question first. Up until the end of June, we're projecting a $7.2 million shortfall. That's a combination of $9.4 million in lost revenue and $2.2 million in savings associated with personnel, given that we're providing less service, savings in fuel, given the price of fuel are lower than what we budgeted, new costs associated with bus cleaning, PPE, and that type of thing. So the net is 7.2 million that we're looking at to the end of June. We haven't really projected anything further, but essentially that will continue to extrapolate throughout the year as we continue with this status quo. And
Thank you very.
Go ahead.
Please. No, go ahead. You were about to say something else.
No, I just forgot what the first part of your question was.
No, that's fine. It was a two-parter. The biggest challenge. I know you're facing a number of challenges, but what is really at the top of the list when it comes to concerns right now at the LTC?
I would say continuing to provide a service that we know is vital to our community. That's and doing so in a manner that is safe for our operators and our riders. We're struggling with that. We know that the demand that's out there right now is close to exceeding our ability to respond to it. We would like to put more service out, but obviously that's a struggle when we're looking at the shortfalls that we're dealing with.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your presentation, Kelly, the range of Londoners, the range of citizens that use our transit system. You talked about patients on their way to hospital, you talked about workers, you talked about students and shoppers, and I mean the list is very, very long. But I wonder if you could zero in on the types of commuters who are in a vulnerable position and who rely on transit as their only means of transportation. I'm thinking about seniors. I'm thinking about individuals who are physically disabled. How do you have any numbers on those on hand by chance? But even more to the point, how critical is the transit system for folks in that position?
I can't say I have exact numbers. I can tell you if we look at our specialized service, we continue to do approximately 200 trips a day, and a large portion of those would be transporting people to and from dialysis treatments or other medical appointments. Obviously critical. Those are life-saving treatments. Seniors obviously continue to certainly rely on our service, but I would say what we've heard over this period is a number of frontline workers as well. Every time we've even hinted at a service reduction or a service change of any sort, my phone immediately begins ringing from the coordinators of the local hospitals saying, are my employees still going to be able to get to and from work on transit? Is there anything you can do to work with us? And certainly we've done what we can. We've modified some timings on routes to make sure that staff, who are ending a shift time at 11 are able to catch that last bus, things like that. We've also continued to provide weekday level service out to our industrial areas because we know that we've got a number of employees that work in those areas that rely on transit every day.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that you're actively involved at the provincial level with Opta and with CUTA. Could you speak from the perspective of medium-sized communities? Are you hearing the same sorts of challenges across the country when it comes to the problems faced by transit systems right now? I'm going to assume the answer is yes, but any details you would add to that? I think it's really important, to hear the perspective of medium-sized communities like this.
Absolutely, same or similar issues. Again, depending on the community and the various demographics within a community, but very similar issues facing all of the transit systems. We do both as a province and then obviously as a country as well. Transit systems have been meeting regularly, sharing best practices, looking for ways to navigate our way out of this. I will say that I know through talking with colleagues that virtually every system in the country is looking for a way to get back to front door boarding and begin collecting fares again, because we realize that the mode that we're operating in right now is not sustainable. But we have to find a way to do that that's safe for our operators and safe for our passengers.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Pelechny. The reason that LTC has done so well in recent years, and there's many reasons, but your leadership has been absolutely critical. To Mr. D'Angelo, I know that you said that you're looking for a federal response here, and I do agree that the federal government ought to be involved in offering a response to help transit systems, but are you engaging the provincial governments? I hope you are.
Yes, we are engaging provincial governments, but we also recognize transit systems in other countries such as Britain and the US have received national government support. US delivered a package for transit during the first week of the shutdown. Congress is debating a second package. Britain rescued London's underground system 2 weeks ago. Brazil and Hong Kong have also indicated that transit is part of their pandemic relief package.
With respect,
so yes, we
Mr.
are
D'Angelo, with respect,
provinces.
Britain is a unitary state, as you know, and the central government always plays the lead role there, and states are helping in the United States as well. It's not just Washington. But I appreciate the work of CUDA on this. Please continue to advocate. Transit is a fundamental service, as we have heard.
Okay, well, I'll end it there. We'll go to Mr. St. Marie, followed by Mr. Julian. Gabriel.
Yes, thank you very much, Wayne. I'd like to welcome all the witnesses and thank you for your presentations. My first question is for Mr. Lefebvre, Groupe Autocar Genois, and President of the Bus Carrier Association. Now, you gave us a rundown on your industry. It's very alarming, very worrisome. How can we address this sharp drop in revenue for both chartered and tourist coach and bus services? Response. Well, thank you, sir. Currently, there are few programs tailored for our small sectors. In the province, we have a training and relief program, but there's nothing direct in terms of relief targeting our industry. There are existing programs, both when it comes to transport and tourism, that we are having to rely on. Obviously, transportation is part and parcel with the tourism sector, which contributes to the country's economy and helps spur investment in our corner of the country. As far as financial relief is concerned, well, we need an influx of this kind of support for the survival of our sector. We know that coaches will have reduced passenger capacity. They'll have to adhere to public health directives. Of course, there won't be full capacity, and that don't come cheap. And we don't want to pass that on to our passengers because we want to remain competitive. We have to compete with many other countries and other organizations that provide similar services to us. So it is clear that we will need some sort of economic stimulus or relief to address those problems. Now, as far as the losses that we have been faced with in terms of a recovery for 2020, 2021. There are so many companies that are having trouble meeting their cash flow needs and also operating needs on a daily and weekly basis. Question. So what you're saying is that the federal government's programs and initiatives don't really apply to your sphere of activity. They're not really well tailored to it. Is that correct? Response. Well, the federal government has adopted a number of initiatives, including the wage subsidy, which allows companies that qualify to maintain their basic core structure. That is, not to lay off drivers during this particular pandemic. And this was extended, but we didn't get the information we needed from the outset. There was no influx of money, and we weren't able to continue to pay all of our employees across all our companies. So unfortunately, the wage subsidy hasn't allowed us to maintain our workforce. Now, there's also, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, there's a financing structure that was already well entrenched. There's the $40,000 that is available to some companies that qualify, but it's clearly insufficient to address our cash flow needs, which are substantial for each and every vehicle. You know, we expect at least a shortfall of $6,000 or $7,000 for each vehicle. Question. Well, based on what I can hear you say, this relief needs to be more targeted. And what you've said to me has just struck me. Had this wage subsidy been announced for a longer time frame, you're saying that you would have been able to retain your drivers, and that would have sent a clear message to the federal government. Had they announced it earlier, it would have had major ramifications for your sector. Now, your sector has high overheads, high set costs, and obviously you need relief there too. Not just the kind of loans we see on the marketplace that have high interest. Response, exactly. You're spot on. We need to address our cash flow problems through that kind of targeted relief. Our operating as well expenses. We need to maintain our existing infrastructure, but we also need to think about the recovery phase, don't we? How can we ensure our passengers that they'll be able to travel across Quebec, across Canada, so that we can further develop this kind of mass tourism that is so important to Canada's and Quebec's economy? Question. Well, it's urgent that companies be supported in the short and medium term. You referred to the recovery stage, both now and in your presentation, and also in the first in response to my first question. So what you're saying is, for the recovery, you need safety measures putting in place because there'll be reduced passenger capacity. You've laid out what the government needs to do, and you've also laid out how you see the recovery period to be in terms of operations. Response, well, yes, it's going to be a very gradual resumption of our operations. Our companies, just like many other companies, just weren't designed to bear this kind of complete absence of any income for such an extended period, and then to suddenly recover without help after the fact. So these companies would require tailored, customized relief, and that has nothing to do with our normal operating costs. There needs to be some level of coherence between province and territory. Our vehicles need to be able to circulate freely across Canada. There needs to be some kind of consistency there to ensure that our passengers are safe. I have a question for Mr. Dupuy, but I think Wayne's going to cut me off because I must have run out of time. Yes, I am.
Get a second round, Gabriel. We'll turn now to Mr. Julian, who will be followed by Mr. Morantz. Peter?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all our witnesses for being here today, and we hope that your families are safe and healthy. And you've really, I think, struck a chord with the committee about the importance of providing supports for our transportation sector. Canada is the largest democracy on earth, and you make sure Canadians after the pandemic can get from one part of the country, one part of the province, one part of the city to the other. You're absolutely essential. My question will start with Mr. D'Angelo. You made reference to $400 million that the government has not approved. Can you tell us where these discussions are at and what we can do to force the government to actually provide the supports that are needed for our rapid transit systems?
Well, thanks for the question. Certainly, we've been working with both the provinces and the federal government, so we were very pleased. Whereas there's cities that are reopening, like in British Columbia, where the province did step forward and provide certain guarantees to TransLink. Those have yet to be figured out by the senior levels of government. But to answer an earlier question as well, it is a show that provinces are willing to be at the table. We have in Quebec some distribution of masks that have been facilitated by the Quebec Association, and that's been great. And also the Premier of Ontario as well has been championing the need to get together at the table, because as the economy reopens, we're going to see ridership increase. So cities like Vancouver, Edmonton, and Calgary are having double-digit increases just this week.
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt, but what can we do to force the federal government to actually provide this funding? Because I've been hearing about this for weeks now. We had Jonathan Cote, chair of the Mayor's Council for TransLink in British Columbia, before this committee. The federal government hasn't moved. And so what can we do as committee members to force the federal government to take its responsibilities in this regard?
Well, I think hearings like this are of an assistance to bring the message that both the senior levels of government do need to act together, because the fact of the matter is the municipalities are least able to provide all of this operational money. The federal government's been great for capital, and we thank them, and it's part of the post-pandemic recovery. But the argument we're still making is that our transit networks can't be broken over the next few months as we get through this operational rebuilding time, and we feel that the federal government has a unique role to play along with the provinces. So hopefully that happens the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to Mr. Wardrop and Ms. Pelechny and Mr. Bai, just to confirm that you do not have access to the wage subsidy, and currently you're not getting any supports from the federal government any other way. Could the three of you just quickly confirm to what extent you're getting supports?
I can start if you wish. A very small minority of our members have access to the wage subsidy. The great majority do not.
Ms. Pelechny?
Yes, there may be some of our employees who are off on protected leaves that may have access to some supports, but other than that, nothing.
Mr. Bai?
In terms of any direct subsidies supporting operations, no, there isn't support in that regard. In terms of laid off employees, there are, of course, programs available to help support those staff.
Okay, thank you for that. So what you're confirming is that the federal government's just not anywhere right now, and yet you very eloquently said in each of your cases how catastrophic this is if we're not providing those supports. The federal government gets the most of the tax dollars, and certainly the banking sector has gotten hundreds of billions of dollars in support. It just it boggles my mind that transportation sector, so vital for Canada, is not getting these supports. Mr. Kendrick, as far as the intercity transportation network, my understanding is that intercity bus companies are asking for about $26 million to hold the transportation sector in place so we can come through the pandemic and restore those transportation sectors. Can you confirm that? And can you confirm that to date, the federal government has not taken its responsibilities to provide those supports?
Yeah, I can confirm that that's accurate. $26 million for the 5 carriers, the coalition that joined together on discussions with the federal government. And I can confirm that we have not had any positive response back.
What is the difference between having that $26 million and not having it? Let's say the federal government continues to refuse while it shovels money at the banks and offshore companies that work with offshore tax havens. What would happen if that $26 million is not made available as quickly as possible to the intercity transportation sector?
Well, right now, 4 of the 5 carriers have 0 operation. They've suspended service, and the 1 carrier has very limited service. So what will happen is you're going to have a fractured network and possibly some companies that don't survive post-COVID. And so that $26 million will allow 50% frequency to remain consistent as customers get comfortable to travel again coming out of the restrictions in each province.
Okay, we are going to have to end it. You will have another supplementary, Peter.
Just want to clarify that it's for 6 months.
I will cut you back on the next round, so go ahead, answer it here. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, that's for 6 months, right? The $26 million?
That is correct, 6 months.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. I do want to clarify something, though, Peter, in your questioning. The federal government is not shoveling money to the banks. What they're doing is providing liquidity so the banks can provide the loans to others, the same as we're providing liquidity to others. I wouldn't want the wrong impression to be left there. I'm not a great fan of the banks myself, but we want the right information out there. Turning then to Mr. Morantz, who will be followed by Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address my questions to Mr. Wardrop. full disclosure, I worked very closely with Mr. Wardrop in my 4 years on council, particularly when I was chair of Public Works. We worked on many transit-related projects together, including the rapid transit projects. Mr. Wardrop, just to get a sense of the scale of the problem, I know you talked about the percentage of the reduction in ridership being 72%, but just to put a number on it, what would like a normal weekday ridership look like pre-COVID?
Normal weekday ridership would be somewhere between 150 to 200,000, probably approximately 150,000 rides per day, normal weekday ridership. Of course, what we are seeing now is, to repeat what we've often heard, unprecedented in all municipal services, particularly in transit. Transit's a big piece of the impact to municipal services, and we've gone from full and overfull buses to buses with 2 or 3 passengers.
What do you think it would be roughly during a weekday now?
Well, probably in the order of about perhaps 10,000.
So a dramatic reduction.
Perhaps 20,000, something in that order.
20,000, something in that order.
Yeah.
So in the context of the crisis, I know that Winnipeg Transit had lots of different plans in place. There was the Rapid Transit Master Plan. I know the City Council was a requisition report on electrification. There's the bus acquisition program. I wonder if you could just talk in broad terms about what effect this crisis will have on the ability of Winnipeg Transit to plan for the future.
Well, clearly there's been implications in terms of the self-funding. Winnipeg Transit is largely funded by fare box revenue. Approximately 60% of regular transit operations are funded from fare box revenue. That has been impacted substantively, and many of our programs are funded on a cash to capital basis, meaning a pay-as-you-go cash flow. So there is the potential for long-term implications, both in terms of operating and capital programming. We're making best efforts to continue capital programming across many of our organizational initiatives, trying to maintain as much stimulus in the local economy as we can through capital programming. But there are limits to the point and the extent that we can continue.
Yeah. In terms of going forward, looking post-crisis, what measures will Winnipeg Transit be taking to try and make people feel more comfortable getting back on the bus? I know you talked about sanitizing. What other types of health measures will you be implementing, or what have you done so far?
Well, we've undertaken, like other transit agencies across the country, we've undertaken measures in terms of communication via social media, via onboard signage, communicating proper protocols in terms of spacing, in terms of not boarding if sick, and otherwise. We've undertaken substantive initiatives in terms of cleaning the interiors of buses, the application of medical grade disinfections through electrostatic application. We have looked at maintaining as much service as we're balancing the need between providing an appropriate level of service with a safe level of service as well. So we want to ensure that there's adequate capacity within the system to carry people without being overcrowded. So although we've reduced our regular service to what we call an enhanced Saturday service, where we operate Saturday buses with express routes, with local feeder routes, with industrial service. We also have a number of buses that we mobilize sort of on an as required basis to keep ridership
Thank you.
Served.
Just on another point, and actually, ironically, our next panel is on supply chains. I just wondered if you could discuss bus acquisitions, if you think this will have an effect on your plan, the planned number of buses you're acquiring, or impact Transit's ability to maintain its standard supply of buses. I know New Flyer is one of the largest bus manufacturers in the world, basically, right in Winnipeg. So I'm curious to know what the
what the supply chain impacts might be around that.
Yeah, much of the capital budgeting and for bus acquisitions had been approved and has been identified in advance of 2020. So in this year, in the immediate year, probably not an implication immediately. That said, given some of the long-term implications of the funding and the available of working cash flow, there is a risk of an implication.
We'll have to end it there, Marty. We're slightly over.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll go to Ms. Kotrakis, followed by Mr. Baldinelli. Annie?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to direct my first question at Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre, what measures have been taken to ensure the safety and security of students and other passengers that use your services once school goes back? More specifically, how will your school bus services work once students go back to school? Response. Well, thank you very much. Currently in Quebec, primary school students have already gone back to school, so we offer a school bus service, but there'll be no chartered services aside from these school buses and vehicles. We've put in place health and safety measures, and the National Quebec Institute of Health has given us health advice to protect our buses and also through the use of personal protective equipment. And each child, each student has to maintain physical spacing. The capacity, maximum capacity will be 11 to 12 persons, and there'll be the opportunity, of course, to wash hands repeatedly, both in the school institutions and on board the buses and vehicles. There's a slew of measures. We're looking with a joint Quebec Tourism Committee at complementing these measures and also ensuring that we can emulate other provinces so that there's a level of consistency across the board. Question. How much is all this going to cost? Well, that's difficult to assess. We've had to buy new material. There's been a shortage. Also masks, other PPE equipment. Of course, hand sanitizers and other items to wash hands. Now, how long will these measures remain in effect? And will they be phased out? If we get our hands on that information, we'll be able to better determine how much money we'll need to address this unprecedented situation and was not factored into our operating costs. So it's tough to say at this time, but we're talking about significant amounts of money. And if we have to adapt vehicles, and we don't know about that yet, but if they need to be adapted for a health and safety standpoint, well, that'll be a substantial cost. We'll also have to purchase other supplies in order to carry that out. And we don't know where we're going to get them and how much it's going to cost.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do I have time for one more question? I'd like to now turn to Mr. D'Angelo. You, like all of us have heard, we're all talking about this new normal post-COVID-19. How can the federal government support the public transit industry to navigate the new normal in the short term and in the long term? Well, I know you've asked for $400 million per month of revenue relief. Can you explain a little bit about, how that is going to help and where this funding will be allocated and used? What is this new normal going to look like?
Well, there's a great example in your home community of Laval, which is gradually resuming transit service as the city's reopening. And so they've welcomed back a lot of customers. Where the federal government can help is to join with provinces in providing emergency operating relief, because as you're well aware, there's a tremendous amount of exciting capital projects taking place in the Greater Montreal area in Laval over the next 10 years. And we really don't want to put those important federal capital investments in jeopardy. So anything that could be done in operating to help cities and systems like STL, I think would go a long way.
Okay, thank you all. Turning to Mr. Baldinelli, followed by Mr. Fraser. Tony?
Thank you, Chair, and thank all the witnesses for appearing today. And my comments are directed more to Mr. Lefebvre and Mr. Kendrick. And I was particularly interested in hearing their comments with regards to tourism, mainly Mr. Lefebvre. And, COVID-19 has had an immediate and, I dare say devastating impact on the sector. And I want to thank them for sharing their views on sector-specific needs and actions that we need moving forward. Much has been discussed about the programs that have been created and for the sector and the need for more sector-specific programs. But there are unintended consequences of some of the programs that exist already. And I was just wondering if I could follow up. I've got a tour company in Niagara Falls, a transportation company. They employ over 100 people, utilize over 55 vehicles in their operations. And their issue is a federal insurance matter. And as dealing with foreign tour operators. Currently, they were getting insurance through the Export Development Canada at a reasonable cost to help operators underwrite the risk on important foreign markets like Japan, the UK, and so on. However, as COVID struck, they were informed by Export Development Canada that this insurance coverage would no longer exist. And I was wondering if Mr. Lefebvre and Mr. Kendrick had heard or had received any questions and concerns from industry reps on that as well.
This is Stu Kendrick from Greyhound. I have not heard of any specific issues with relations to the insurance part of that, but obviously the FIT, the individual travelers from Japan and China and overseas, I can tell you a lot of the charter companies that we work with, as well as the sightseeing business we operate from Toronto to Niagara Falls, is obviously severely impacted pretty well. We don't expect it to have any operation on that part for the remainder of the calendar year 2020. And hopefully as we come out of the COVID issue, we can hopefully get some customer confidence in both overseas and within Canada to use the service. But I'll be happy to follow up with some of the industry people I speak to see if they've seen that and get back to you on that.
Please, that'd be great. Mr. Lefebvre, have you heard anything with regards to some of your stakeholders?
As far as our federation is concerned, we have deliberations underway with insurers. Nothing is suggesting at this stage that we'll have difficulty getting reinsured vis-a-vis our current and new clientele that we hope will come back to us. But nothing would suggest at this stage of the game, but by this in Quebec at least. But we also have interprovincial transportation, Ontario, Niagara Falls, and nothing would suggest, as I said, at this stage of the game that we will face difficulties. Now, will we to have a better idea when the borders will reopen, when tourism will resume in our corner of the world? Well, this will have major ramifications that will be brought to bear on our bottom line and our sector as a whole.
Thank you. Secondly, if I could follow up, I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Boy from the National Ferries Association. I was particularly interested in his comments with regards to the wage subsidy program and the notions with regards to the BC ferry system. Very similar to what occurs here in Niagara. Our two largest tourism employers, they're both government agencies, yet they receive no operational funding. And therefore, because they're classified as government operations, they can't get the wage subsidy. So, Mr. Boy, just in your comments, can you tell or can you indicate to us some of the reception that you've had to your requests for inclusion to be prescribed as an organization to receive the wage subsidy? Because I know that is something that we're looking for here in Niagara, and we'd like to see that applied as well.
Yeah, so we have had discussion with the Department of Finance and even the Canada Revenue agency who delivers the program. And as indicated in any discussion we've had, the statement was that we made a compelling case to be made for BC Ferries to be designated as a prescribed organization. As I've also mentioned, the Minister Carol James and Minister Claire Trevena of British Columbia, both the Transport and the Finance Minister, wrote to their counterparts in Ottawa with Bill Morneau and Marc Garneau. There is no official reply at this point, and from our understanding, this is no longer a bureaucratic process. It is now a decision that will need to be made by the ministers.
Okay, thank you, Tony, and Mr. Kendrick. If you could get back to the clerk on that insurance question, just to follow up with Mr. Bai, then you're not eligible for the CEWS, the wage subsidy at all, or BC Ferries is not, eh?
No. BC Ferries is not, no.
Yeah.
And it's a tricky one, Mr. Chair, because they operate as a private company. It is a private company. The way they were structured is that they have one share which is owned by a not-for-profit corporation, but the government of British Columbia, when they created legislation to make sure that the assets wouldn't go anywhere else, created a second class of share, which are the preferred shares, and kept those preferred shares. So the not-for-profit corporation would not be able to sell the assets of BC Ferries, and that makes it, under the Income Tax Act, a provincial organization. In any other way, it's not, and that's the problem.
Okay, that's very good information for us to have. Then following up with Mr. Fraser and on to Mr. St. Marie. Sean?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'll start with a question that I'll pitch to both our transit and aviation witnesses. One of the things that's been keeping me up at night is figuring out how quickly we're going to be able to safely reintroduce Canadians to their communities and the way that we move around. I'm curious, short of a vaccine, what is it in your mind that is going to most put Canadians in a mindset where they feel safe to travel, whether it's by bus or by plane? And how can the federal government allocate its resources to encourage people to take part in ordinary transportation or transit activities, knowing that they can do so without risk of becoming sick? I'll go perhaps to the Canadian Urban Transit Association first and to Mr. McKenna second.
Okay, thank you very much. We have steps underway now to recommend strongly the wearing of masks, because we understand as capacity comes back, having a full 2 meters isn't something that's going to be practical to maintain service levels. So we also do that. We are involved with enhanced cleaning. We've issued more PPE. And many systems are looking at engineering how people board so that there's more contactless payment, so that there is, we keep the operator inside a barrier. So we're doing a number of initiatives that we think will help to welcome the public back and rebuild some of the confidence about being in closed quarters.
Before we go to Mr. McKenna, I know we had a guest from London on behalf of the transit organization as well. Perhaps I'll give them an opportunity to comment.
I would just echo what Marco has said. We're certainly looking at everything that we can do to ensure our passengers that public transit is safe. We're looking in London to install those barriers. We're considering things like hand sanitizer on buses, increasing the cleaning, that type of thing. So again, as one of the things that transit systems do very well is communicate well and share best practices, and we continue to have regular calls looking for ways to navigate through this.
Mr. McKenna, I'm curious in your sector when it comes to air travel. Obviously, it's something that's taken a significant hit. Before there is that long-term recovery for the sector, obviously Canadians are going to have to feel safe to board a plane. What's your advice for the sector, and how can the federal government play a role in encouraging Canadians to travel safely?
Well, first of all, I want to raise the fact that you're right, because a recent poll conducted by one of our members indicates that 75% of Canadians they say they're going to be nervous about flying until there is a vaccine. So that's really bad news for our industry. what the government needs to do is to work with us to determine how we can best reassure passengers and monitor passengers for the next foreseeable future, either through taking of temperature or whatever. But they need to work with us to work out the best possible way of doing this that will not hinder passenger flow as little as possible. We want them to not come out with measures that would make flying unaffordable. So we're looking at various things, but we're hoping to have a dialogue with the government on all those issues. We're just starting to do that.
Mr. Chair, do I have much time remaining? 2 minutes. Excellent. Thank you. Back to Mr. D'Angelo. You talked a little bit during your opening remarks about the jurisdictional divide and not wanting that to get in the way of achieving progress. I'm not afraid to take part in discussions around transit. I mean, it's anybody who looks at the past 4 years would see that we had the largest investment in the history of public transit in Canada. But I'm curious that in our spending and investments to date, there's always been a partnership with the provinces. I'm curious, though you do want to see federal leadership, can you describe to me what you think the appropriate role is for the provinces who do ordinarily have jurisdiction over transit organizations?
Well, I mean, nobody disagrees that the provinces need to be at the table. Our position was that federal leadership is what will get them there, and we've got to get to a yes. So certainly the provinces are expressing, flexibility in working with the federal government and with cities across the country to keep transit moving. So I think everybody needs to be at the table, I think was our central point.
Excellent.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's my time.
Thank you, Sean. We'll turn to Mr. St. Marie, on to Mr. Julian, and then Todd will be probably back to you, Mr. Doherty. Gabriel.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My questions will be directed to Mr. Brie. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. In fact, it was very touching. First, a remark about the most recent case reported in BC. To my knowledge, under the wage subsidy program, the finance minister has the authority to make changes, and if the company has a public stake in it, if there's a public stake in it, well, the minister can, in fact, tweak the response. Now, I'd like to come back to the issue of ferries on the Ottawa River. I was gutted when I heard your remarks. You said that there was previously a disaster that would have been, they could have got through it, but 2 disasters in a row, they can't cope and they feel like they've been left behind by the government. What do you make of that?
Well, we are certainly very disappointed by that situation, Mr. Saint-Marie. Those operators have done everything that they can to rebuild their businesses after the floods. They have suffered large losses after the flood of 2019. We had several members of parliament and others taking pictures with sandbags. That's great. We now need to move forward and actually support those operators. So they recovered somewhat after the flood, and then the pandemic hits, and they're being told, no, because you had no revenues when the flood was there, you will not be eligible. And I've got to say the department officials that I've talked to were very sensitive to that situation. They just said, we don't have the authority to change that. That will require a change in the legislation to change that. The BC Ferries case, as you mentioned, is a ministerial decision. But for the period, I think the period under which you qualify is going to be a change in the legislation. We understand that several issues are there for that period of time, and small business startups, etc. And we understand that that could be part of a package of changes that you may see at one point, and we hope that's done sooner than later.
Mr.
Well, this will have to change. Absolutely so, because as you've rightly said, these companies are victims thrice over. The flood, COVID, and then they don't even qualify for the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. So rest assured that the committee here is hearing you loud and clear, and we'll do our utmost to make sure things change in the House of Commons, because it's crucial, as you said. Now, turning to another topic, if I may, what are the measures that need to be taken so that ferries can continue to operate during the COVID-19 crisis? What are the changes to be made, and how much will that cost?
Well, I'm very interested that you asked that question, and it will be short because I see Mr. Chair saying that I should be short.
Wayne,
we understand that there are discussions for public transit infrastructure for municipalities, etc. We don't want to create a divide in this country between urban and rural regions. Ferries often serve rural regions, and we had a gentleman here from Greyhound that also does intercity and rural regions. We do have to be careful. Whatever is done and whatever package is put in place will have to be comprehensive. It will need to deal with ferries, it will need to deal with public transit, and it will need to deal with airlines that serve those isolated communities. Mr. Chair, it's yours.
Yep, thank you. Very, very valid point, though. Mr. Julian, and then we'll go on to Todd Doherty. Peter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think you've all stressed the importance of the transportation system to regular Canadians, students and seniors and low-income families, essential workers, frontline workers. If we see what I believe you're talking about, which is the largest collapse of public transit in Canadian history, unless the federal government takes its responsibilities, that will have a profound impact on people right across this country. So, Mr. D'Angelo, I'd like to come back to you, particularly when it comes to paratransit. A lot of people with disabilities use the transit systems, very specific, often specific services. What will be the impact if the federal government doesn't step up in the next few days with the $400 million that you're asking for per month to get us through this crisis? And secondly, how important is it to ensure the operating expenses of transit systems so that we don't see this largest collapse of public transit in Canadian history?
Well, in terms of accessibility, it's had quite an impact. An accessible transit is in communities big and small across the country. A lot of people work in that industry are casual or part-time, and because of the lack of ridership, there have been some layoffs. But it's important that those people who rely on those services, especially once day programs get started up, for example, for seniors or the developmentally challenged, it'll be really important that those lifelines are there. And oftentimes when cuts are made, we want to make sure that those who need it the most aren't hardest hit. So that's why we think that it's important that both senior levels of government get together as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Bouie. You have shared some discussion that you've had with the federal government around instituting and providing supports, for example, for BC ferries, which is absolutely essential for the west coast of this country. Can you share the correspondence that you've received, that you've sent, and that you have received thus far, because your request seems to be a very specific one that should have been implemented, and I can't for the life of me understand why it hasn't been.
I will share what I can, Mr. Julian.
Thank you. That will be very helpful. In fact, in all of your cases, the more you can share with the committee, I think the more we can go to bat. I fear that we've had these discussions now for a couple of months, and we're now at a critical point where either our transit systems and transportation systems collapse, or the federal government takes its responsibilities. So thank you very much for this, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I left my mic. I'm mic'd. We'll go to Mr. Doherty and then on to Julie Zerowitz. Todd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, how much time do I have?
We'll give you 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I just want to echo the comments of Mr. Julian, my colleague, Mr. Julian, the importance of somebody that spent 20 plus years in the transportation industry. Our recovery is going to be fundamentally tied to our nation's recovery, going to be fundamentally tied to the movement of goods and people. And so right across the spectrum, I just appreciate the testimony that we heard today. Mr. McKenna, I've got a question for you in return. Many of my colleagues within our Conservative caucus, I would imagine many on this panel as well too, has received comments from constituents. Thousands and thousands of Canadians have been impacted in the that had booked tickets to for air travel, and due to no fault of their own, obviously those flights and those trips have been canceled. What is the Air Transport Association's position on the refund issue? That is, well, you can't open a newspaper or turn on the media without seeing the another story of another Canadian impacted by this.
Well, I'm just surprised that it took so long for that question to be tabled. But I think that carriers right now are struggling to survive, and they don't have the cash flow. And it's not everybody that has the same philosophy as far as or policy or current policy as far as reimbursement goes. Many have done it. Few that don't have really caught the headlines. I think that everybody, once they get past the hurdle of survival, will certainly do everything in their power to retain or reattract those customers. So I don't think they don't want to act this way. I don't think they have the capacity to do so right now.
Right. I don't think we can overstate the importance of air service into our rural communities and to our communities in general. It connects families, it moves goods, and I always said in my air service development days, air service attracts business to our rural communities, and it's very important. So thank you for that. I can't say enough about the great job our carriers do. I, as an aviation family, have family members that have been employed and impacted directly by the downturn. We are about 11 weeks, about 11 weeks into this pandemic and this crisis, and you're saying that the discussions are just beginning with the government. That's got to be disappointing when other countries have acted fast. Mr. D'Angelo even commented in the transit sector, but that's got to be disappointing for our aviation sector as well.
Yeah, and mostly frustrating also because time is of the essence here.
Correct.
For all modes of transport, but aviation has got a particularly high fixed cost to meet, and they're just not doing it right now.
Our local airport just announced today that in terms of year over year, where last year 42,911 passengers flew through our airport in the month of April. This year, 1,089 passengers. I think that is pretty indicative of and systemic of what we're seeing right across the board. Mr. McKenna, would you say that you can't just flip a switch and turn things back on, that this is going to be a prolonged recovery?
Yes, well, for a number of reasons, but consumer behavior is going to be key in this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Opening up of the borders and so on. These are all factors that play in that
right.
will impact our. IATA, the International Air Transport Association, thinks it's going to take till 2023 before we get back to 2019 levels.
Okay,
Correct.
we will have to end it there. Thank you all. Turning to Ms. Zerowitz, and then we'll go on to Elizabeth May for a couple of questions. Julie?
Thanks so much. I want to thank everyone for their excellent presentations and for the great discussion today. My first question is going to be directed to Mr. D'Angelo. I had read with interest there was a May 8th announcement, and you did refer to it. The BC provincial government had put out an announcement with TransLink, and they said two key things in that announcement. They said they were working on a comprehensive solution to address the major financial impacts during COVID-19 with TransLink. And then there was also also a review of the transit service levels to ensure right levels as they were looking to restart BC. Is that kind of model, has that been done in all provinces with their major cities or their major transit systems? Has that been done?
Yes, in Toronto, they have been working on what different levels of service will look like and
with
what
the province?
system with the province, yes, and what systems can accommodate. So in a riding like Davenport, I mean, we're still seeing overcrowding even today on buses that travel through there to get essential workers to and from work. And so that's why we think it's so important that the federal government take the lead on this with the provinces. As Mayor Tory said last Friday, that we are facing a critical time and we can't wait any longer.
Yes, and just so you know, I'm a born and bred downtown Torontonian. I can assure you do not have to tell me about the importance of our TTC to our lives here. I know that 2/3 of the revenue for the TTC is actually via the fare box, and I know that ridership has fallen around 90%. Has there been any temporary decline in has the temporary decline in the revenue been offset by any operational changes or any other overall adjustments?
Yes, so there have been some layoff notices that were announced in recent weeks, but again, as cities reopen, it's totally the opposite of what's needed to respect physical distancing and help people to get back to work. So it's
that's been the only thing, is just sort of looking at laying off some.
I would say also some diesel, because we heard service reductions are down a little, repairs might be down a little, but overall, I mean, cities are providing full transit to those million people, and we need almost the full service to respect the 2-meter rule and have adequate frequency. That's the challenge that lays before us and why we're asking that the federal government to lead the discussion.
Okay, and then I'm going to continue the line of questioning that Ms. Koutrakis had started around the $400 million and how you're hoping to spend it. I'd love a few more details. Is this $400 million, you're asking this for a 6-month period, a 1-year period? Is it directly just to help recoup, just to make sure that we're paying sort of the drivers? And are you asking an equal amount of the province?
So it's a global figure of $400 million a month, and we're open to, whichever way the federal and provincial governments can find an agreement on how to split that. The bottom line is that's what our systems are losing on a monthly basis. As riders return, that amount would taper down until we land at a level of ridership that our systems would once again be sustainable.
Thank you. And my last question is actually for Mr. McKenna from the Air Transport Association of Canada. I miss flying, by the way. I might be one of the few people in Canada that misses flying and would go on a plane tomorrow if I thought it was safe. So I do want to just continue a little bit with the line of questioning around regaining passenger confidence. In places like Hong Kong and maybe Taiwan, as soon as you actually arrive at an airport, they actually do testing. You have to wait till the testing is done. Then there's an app that you have to download, and then you have to follow up for 14 days as you quarantine. Would you recommend something like that for Canada to be looking at, or a version of that? Or are you seeing different systems around the world that might actually increase passenger confidence that you might want to draw our attention to?
No, actually, we're looking at that right now, what's being done elsewhere, what the laws allow us to do, because the privacy laws in Canada are very serious, they're very strict. We also have to be concerned about there are different levels of airports in Canada. You can have a system for international airports and other ones regional airports. Regional airports can't necessarily afford to have the equipment that regional airports have to have. So we're looking at all these elements here. Of course, international travel is a major concern. That's where a lot of the traffic flow goes. So the big city airports part of the national airport system, could have a system in place. But I don't know if that's applicable to all the smaller regional airports, the hundreds of regional airports in this country.
Okay, thank you. And that cost is a big factor, I know, for Charlottetown and some of the smaller ones as well. Then turning to Elizabeth May. Elizabeth, a couple of questions, and then I have one myself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My questions to Mr. Kantrick are picking up on something that Todd Doherty asked. We, as you know, because you're the person quoted in all the news stories explaining to British Columbians and Albertans that we're losing Greyhound service. There's no service, as you know, because you used to run it, between many of the communities in rural British Columbia, Alberta. You look right across Canada, Saskatchewan's lost its bus service. The Maritimes have lost its bus service. So I'm looking pre-pandemic and wondering if anyone could make a case that this was a model that was working. You did, as Mr. Doherty suggested, have monopolies on the lucrative bus lines, particularly the ones in Ontario on the 401. So what would work better? I'm going to then turn to Mr. D'Angelo to ask for more of a public sector response. But from the private sector, I really feel that you let us down. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Kendrick. I'm really angry that you went ahead and cut the services in British Columbia, never spoke to the provincial minister. According to her statements, Minister Trevina and the media said Greyhound did not reach out to her first to ask for help before canceling all those services. And it put, I'll also add to this, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry linked the lack of public transit in why it marginalized Indigenous and vulnerable women were hitchhiking. So what would have made that model work in your mind? And then I'm going to ask the same question of Mr. D'Angelo.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Several years and ongoing discussions with every level of government, provincially and federally, about the issues specifically in Western Canada on the decline in ridership in rural BC, Alberta, and Manitoba and Saskatchewan. There's lots of documentation about Greyhound. Myself specifically was personally involved in several meetings over the years. So I'm not sure why the announcement at the provincial level indicated that there wasn't some information provided in advance. And I'd be happy to share you with many documents that says just the opposite. But to get to the real issue in if you want to talk specifically in BC and most of the provinces in Western Canada, the monopoly, the so-called monopoly of historically operating the high density corridors and maintaining the rural routes, that worked 10, 15 years ago. It stopped working when you started to see a decline in some of the rural populations, people not riding the bus. And when you rely on the fare box, that's how you pay your bills. You've got lots of fixed costs and variable costs. And you've seen some money spent in between Prince George and Prince Rupert, money spent on addressing some of the rural transit, but it was all about the connectivity and that money at the time and the health connectors, the northern health connectors and some of the interior health connectors is money well spent. But was it enough to allow Greyhound or a competitor who was coming in who had to run those routes to really remain? And it all came down to fare box revenue.
If there's any time, Mr. Chair, can I put the same question to Mr. D'Angelo in terms of is there another model that could work for our rural routes?
Well, I mean, we're not canceling services. We're providing services, and we're losing hundreds of millions of dollars a month doing so. So we're an essential public service. We think there can be a role to assist with inter-community transit, but our municipal systems are on the verge of collapse, and we urgently need help now from the federal government.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. You can only lose hundreds of millions of dollars a month and survive so long. So my question, I spent a fair bit of time this morning, or not a lot of time. I had a good conversation with the leadership of Maritime Bus, Coach Atlantic, and T3, which really covers all aspects of ground transportation to a certain extent in the Maritimes. But I will admit on the panel, I'm having a little difficulty, I guess, figuring out what's the solution in each aspect of your proposals. I know there's jurisdictional issues. There's even legislative issues as it relates to BC ferries. But if I could ask each of you to kind of boil down what you'd propose as the simplest of your solutions that the federal government must do. Several have said the federal government needs to provide leadership. That's probably true. It had to be in conjunction with municipalities and provinces. But could you boil it down? And I'd just go across the list, starting with you, Mr. McKenna.
Thank you, sir. Actually, our industry needs liquidity. That's all we need. We don't need to get further in debt. We need liquidity, and that's what we've been asking the government to provide. That's the answer.
Mr. DeLant, thank you. Mr. DeAngelo?
Well, thank you, Chair. I think you really showed and explained the need to what will happen to systems if the federal government doesn't act. So this should not be a partisan or jurisdictional issue. It's an issue of national importance, and we have to find a way to help Canadians that depend on transit coast to coast every day. And that's a role for the federal and provincial government to figure out. But I appreciate saying that one more time.
And you're saying in this context, it's $400 million a month.
400 million per month is the current total.
Mr. Wardrop?
I think I'd like to echo those comments. I think the only thing further I might add is the importance of interjurisdictional coordination at the provincial level, the municipal level, and the federal level. And I think that's a key piece of this puzzle, so that all programs are rolled out effectively and in a coordinated manner across the country.
Thank you, Mr. Kendrick.
The importance of the federal government to really look at all modes of transportation, specifically the customers who rely on intercity bus, and really the connectivity into municipal, provincial ferries and airlines as well, and making sure as we come out of the pre-COVID that there's options for them to use travel.
Just if I could drill down, is it money? Is it liquidity?
Really, for the private sector, it's operating funds to allow that comfort level and consistent service while we come out of it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lefebvre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our sector of activity, we need international tourists, we need local tourists, so it is also important to have funds to let our industry to get back up, not as loans, but to allow us to stand back up and to not die and continue in the future. The same thing as for railways, airplanes, who are also dealing with tourists and allow people to come discover our beautiful country.
Thank you, Ms. Pelinski.
Thank you. I would just again echo what some of the previous speakers have said. I think the federal government signaling that they're interested in assisting our industry with the issues that we're facing right now will bring the provincial governments to the table and get those very important discussions started.
And Mr. Bai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a fairly easy. Designating BC Ferries as a prescribed organization is not a difficult thing. It can be done tonight. It can be moved to cabinet there. It's a fairly easy decision. The money is there. Change the legislation to support organizations that can't show revenues in 2019 due to other disasters, and a program to assist all vital transportation services, not loan guarantees. I will agree with Mr. Kendrick. It needs to be operational cash, and that can be done maybe on a per passenger basis if needed. If the government is looking for an easy way to do it, that's probably the easiest way to do it.
Okay, with that, we will have to end it. We have another panel with eight witnesses on shortly, so I will, on behalf of the committee, thank each and every one of you for coming forward, presenting your views, your constructive criticism as well. We appreciate that. And beyond that, we wish you all the best. So we will suspend, and the clerk can go to the next witnesses. So suspend it for a moment. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commons Standing Committee on Finance. We're operating pursuant to the order of reference from the House and the meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 response. I'll forego any more preliminaries. So we have 8 witnesses on this panel. So I would ask witnesses as much as possible to keep your remarks as close to 5 minutes as you can, so that we can have a fair bit of time for questions. With that, welcome again. We appreciate you coming, and we'll start with Air Tindi Limited. Chris Reynolds, President.
Hi there. Thank you very much for allowing the opportunity to speak. Just a bit of background on Air Tindi. We're in operation in the Northwest Territories for the last 32 years, based out of Yellowknife. We're one of the larger employers in the city of Yellowknife. Prior to COVID-19, we have about 200 employees, with 75% of our employees being Northwest Territories residents. Our operation consists of basically servicing the North and the vast geography of the North. So we have scheduled services, medevac flying, charter flying, and specialized operations. Our scheduled services are all to remote communities. Most have no road access or short unpaved runways. That's about 18% of our business. We fly scheduled flights from Yellowknife to Fort Simpson, Gamity, Wekwiti, Wati, and Lutzelk'e. And for a short term from Michael there, we flew to Fort Resolution as well on the scheduled flight. We're the dedicated medevac provider for the Northwest Territories. It's about 25% of our business. Medevacs typically go from communities with no road access and only a small nursing station to larger centers such as Inuvik, to Yellowknife, and as well as Edmonton. Some of the medevacs we do are extreme remote areas, the Barren Lands, the Arctic Ocean, whale camps on the Arctic Ocean. And we use off-strip aircraft for that, so on floats, on skis, on tundra tires. And right now, believe it or not, that would still be on skis in a lot of the North. Charter operations, fly-in, fly-out operating mines, infrastructure requirements for the territory and government flights are 16% of our business, but the vast majority is specialty operations. That's 40% of our business, and that's operations and abandoned runways, lakes, eskers, tundras, on the tundra, eskers, and that's specialty flight crews, specialty aircraft. Northwest Territories is pretty unique, as is Nunavut. Small number of airports, 27 airports in the Northwest Territories, but we actually use hundreds of landing spots per year. Those flights are for Indigenous support, wildlife surveys, environmental monitoring, exploration, as well as tourism. Air Tindi has partnerships with Indigenous organizations, including joint ventures with equity stake in the following regions: the Nunavut and Northern Northwest Territories, the Dehcho and the Western NWT Talicho Central, Akacho Eastern Northwest Territories, Kitikmeot Eastern Nunavut, Kivalliq, and the Baffin area. COVID-19 has, I think, as everybody's aware, extreme impact on aviation. Air Tindi was not immune to that. In early March, mid-March, we took bold, drastic steps to ensure our survival. Come April, we saw almost an immediate impact reduction in our revenue by at least 50%. That's played through with May as well, and that looks like our entire summer until our best guess is June of 2021 to see a slight uptick. Our business is highly seasonal due to the 24 hours of daylight in the Northwest Territories, and the lack of airports. Usually you're using the summer season with more light and better weather to do your flying. Basically right now our medevac contract is only our only consistent source of revenue. Closed Northwest Territories border does not realistically allow for non-Northwest Territories residents to stay employed while ensuring our social responsibility to reduce spread. We've had to lay off as much as 40% of our staff. We reduced our scheduled flights by 70% and had salary and hiring freezes management salary deferrals, deferral or cancellation of other compensation programs. The industry in the north is seeing pretty much the same. There's some airlines such as Northwest or Northride Air out of Norman Wells, the Satu connector. They shut down all scheduled flights during the containment phase. Others have schedule cuts, drastic schedule cuts. And some tourist-based airlines will not survive this, as well as I hear some Rotary Wing and other companies. There are some airlines who have received the majority of the relief and have not done any cuts. Relief for us has been very important, very critical. The Northwest Territories government's been working well outside 9 to 5 to support our business and the important operation we provide for the North, and everything from health and food security to emergency response. They advanced our medevac contract fees of $1.2 million for a couple months. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy has been incredible for us. We were able to bring back all of our employees in April, but that's with a somber warning that that's due to subsidy only and not due to revenue. Our estimation of 2020 and 2021 will likely mean Air Tindy's 60% of our former size, and many positions will be terminated when the emergency wage subsidy ends. We're able to take advantage of a Northern Essential Air Service program. It's for the Northwest Territories, the Yukon and Nunavut. That was for scheduled carriers to maintain a minimum amount of service. We received $1.565 million, allowing us to increase our scheduled flights by 10%. We've done everything we could, including payment and insurance holidays from our lenders, and the BCAP program has also been influential to securing additional line of credit. But if further relief is not received, Air Tindy will just have to get further and further into debt to survive. That model may not be survivable long term, and we will have to continue taking bold, drastic action to survive until next summer, and then continued relief in the form of grants or the emergency wage subsidy. 2021, we will be a much smaller company with 40% fewer employees, and we're hoping that will be enough. But with the economic impact of the closed Northwest Territories border, there's severe constraints on mining, infrastructure, as well as exploration, tourism as well. The vast geography of the North is, of the territories in particular, Northwest Territories and Nunavut, is the transportation costs are the largest hindrance to recovery and growth. And government subsidization of those transportation costs for infrastructure, support, development, mining, exploration, remediation, and tourism, we think is key for economic stimuli. So in closing, Air Tindy is very thankful for the federal support, the emergency wage subsidy, BCAP, the Northern Essential Air Service program. I would like to caution that should not just be for scheduled service carriers, but the tourism outfitters and the other ad hoc type contract charter carriers are very critical to the North and were not applicable. But without further support, the pandemic may not be survivable for us. And economic stimuli in the form of transportation subsidy is essential for long-term recovery and economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. Then we'll turn to the Canadian American Business Council, Scotty Greenwood, CEO. There's more than one way to get you across the border. Scotty, you're on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be with you this way. More than any two countries in the world, the US and Canada make things together as integrated economic partners. The US sells more goods to Canada than to any country, more than it sells to China, Japan, the UK combined. That is why we believe that both countries must stand for a strong, common, cross-border manufacturing response as we tackle the COVID-19 public health crisis and help our shared economies rebuild and recover. Specifically, we believe that our two countries must continue to work together on a collaborative manufacturing response to COVID-19 to achieve the following basic 4 objectives. securing the availability of personal protective equipment in both countries, designing Canada-US manufacturing solutions to replenish and maintain the strategic stockpiles of medical equipment, continuing to ensure people and goods cross the border efficiently without interrupting our critical supply chains, and expanding market opportunities between our two countries in order to spur recovery and compete globally. Maintaining an open and efficient supply chain through and beyond COVID-19 will save lives and help us in the fight against this pandemic. It will provide the infrastructure required for jumpstarting the economy to compete with other regions of the world in a rapidly changing global economic environment. We stand, Mr. Chairman, with a growing number of businesses, workers, and advocacy organizations to urge our governments and all Canadians and Americans to stand together in the global marketplace, push aside those who would divide us, and meet our global competition head on. As many may have read or seen, we started a rebound campaign. It is cabc.co/rebound. And I will just tell you briefly who has signed up so far, who joins us in this effort. AmCham Canada, American Chamber of Commerce in Quebec, Association of Equipment Manufacturers, Association of Oil Pipelines, Biotech Canada, Border Policy Research Institute, Business Council of Canada, Canada-US Business Association, Canadian Food Exporters Association, Canada-Arizona Business Council, Can-Am Border Trade Alliance, Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, Canadian Pharmacists Association, Consumer Health Products Canada, Council of the Great Lakes Region, Energy Equipment and Infrastructure Alliance, Food and Consumer Products of Canada, Future Borders Coalition, Government of Ontario, Government of Quebec, Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce, International Business Council, Illinois Chamber of Commerce, Innovative Medicines Canada, Lake Champlain Regional Chamber of Commerce, Lake Placid Regional Office of Sustainable Tourism, MedTech Canada, NASCO, New England Canada Business Council, I'm almost there, I'm on the ends, New Hampshire Canada Trade Council, North Country Chamber of Commerce, Ohio Canada Business Council, Ontario Chamber of Commerce, Pacific Northwest Transportation Services, Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce, the Business Council of New York State, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the United States Chamber of Commerce, the Vermont Chamber of Commerce, Women in Trucking Association, Woodrow Wilson Center for Scholars, and Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced and International Studies. So it's quite a list, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. The list is growing. We're inviting all citizens and organizations to join on to talk about how Canada and the United States need to address our challenges together and how we're stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scotty. Turning to the Canadian Produce Marketing Association, Ron Lemaire, President. Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the members of the committee. And on behalf of the Canadian Produce Marketing Association and our 850 companies across Canada, from our supply chain, basically farm gate to dinner plate, I'm happy to share our comments around the certain tools and incentives and tax measures that we feel are necessary to address some of the short-term and long-term issues that are going to happen to our sector due to COVID-19. You can find more information in the brief that has been submitted to the committee. Since the start of the pandemic, we've seen massive shifts within our market. We have seen that we will have both winners and losers, with Canadians staying at home and buying patterns shifting in the pandemic. At the end of April, we saw retail sales up 8% for veg, 5% for fruit. Driving this were the staples like potatoes, onions, and that is currently starting to level off. Food service, representing 30% of our value chain, haven't been so lucky. Catastrophic impact to this sector and those who supply it will be felt for years to come. While meal delivery and curbside pickup has lifted sales to restaurants for produce from 0 to 20 and sometimes 30% of traditional volume, it will be a long recovery as physical distancing and consumer fear will play a role in how restaurants reopen. Many produce sales rely on volume due to small margins. And when restaurants reopen, the physical space cannot accommodate the typical and needed sales within the size of the space and the number of patrons. And it will be a key decision. Without space and without patrons, restaurants may decide to not reopen, thus further impacting the entire supply chain. One potential positive is a shift to e-commerce and click and collect. Some small restaurants or storefront may decide to go online as they've been successful, and by doing so reduce their lease costs and overhead, but this will mean not hiring the labor force that they have traditionally hired. We've also seen the opportunity for growers and suppliers to increase their e-commerce across the country. But without broadband internet in rural communities, it's very difficult, and it's key that we look at how we add this access. Many of our members, particularly those picking, packing, and processing, are also being dramatically impacted due to the rising costs of inputs, access to labor, and operational changes. The government announcement of $77 million set aside for the broader processing industry is appreciated, but won't truly support the scope of impact that all processing groups are seeing. In a post-COVID world, business continuity will be the challenge as we transition. The complexity and seasonality of the industry means that large and small-scale operations across our entire supply chain must have access to programs and tools developed by government leading into and out of harvest. We recognize that the government cannot continue to pump money into the system. However, programs like the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy should be reviewed and extended beyond September for particularly hard-hit sectors, such as those who supply and operate within food service and the produce supply chain. The Canadian Emergency Response Benefit and the Canadian Emergency Student Benefit must also be adjusted to support unemployed Canadians without creating a disincentive to work. Other programs and tools which require consideration include bankruptcy protection for produce sellers, targeted tax credits for essential services now required to change business practices and purchasing of new equipment, including PPE, and more effective programs to access operating capital for a sector that works, again, in very small margins and limited available capital. I mentioned the emergency response benefit has created unintended consequences. Specifically in the short term for many packers, distributors, wholesalers, and small retailers, as they're starting to see high levels of absenteeism and challenges to rehire. In a reality that they're now facing, the decision to stay home and potentially not be exposed to COVID and collect the $2,000 a month, many are choosing to pick CERB. And the $1,000 cap of allowable monthly income isn't quite enough to influence them to work within the industry. We suggest increasing the allowable income limit or providing targeted exemptions to allow Canadians to collect CERB and work within the produce supply chain over the next 10 months. The student response emergency student benefit is also another area that is creating a disincentive for students to work. Increasing the allowable income limit or providing a targeted exemption to the income limit could encourage more students to collect the benefit and work for essential providers like the ag sector. The recent announcement for incentives and a student wage subsidy for new hires was one of our asks, and we appreciate the recent positive move and implementation of the new youth employment program for agriculture. It is important to note that many grower businesses only begin to generate revenue at the time of harvest, and with many revenues for the current season crop going and realized at the end of the year. So it's key that they don't necessarily qualify for the emergency wage subsidy and cannot demonstrate that decline of 30%. We need to look at how we can include more growers into that mix. As well, the bankruptcy protection program does not support the produce industry. We've requested a pack-alike trust model to support fruit and vegetable growers, sellers in Canada, and we would encourage the government to continue to look at that program, as currently we do not have sufficient bankruptcy protection. Finally, a tax credit to support the changes to business structure in our supply chain around the purchase of personal protective equipment, as well as other changes in our operations due to COVID. While we appreciate the funding of $77 million, we are encouraging the implementation of a tax credit to support the procuring of equipment essential to keep employees safe. Thank you to the government for all of their work and recognizing that they've implemented quite a few extreme measures in a very rapid level to support Canadians as well as our sector. And we're happy to continue to work with you to try and find more solutions as we move forward.
Thank you, Ron. Turning to the Centerport Canada, Diane Gray, President and CEO. Ms. Gray.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you very much for inviting me to participate today. As mentioned, I'm Diane Gray. I'm the President and CEO of Centerport Canada. Centerport, for those of you that don't know, is a 20,000-acre trimodal inland port project in Winnipeg, Manitoba. It has been planned as a complete community, and it's anchored by rail, truck, and air cargo shipments, multiple industrial areas for business, residential and retail components, and educational and training services. And with the support of all levels of government, we've put in place the necessary infrastructure, as well as other support services, including fast-track land development activities. The objective ultimately is to attract economic activity based upon an ease of doing business. COVID-19 and the subsequent disruption to our economy has clearly caused some broad-based challenges. And while some industrial sectors have been hit harder than others, I want to speak to a few issues that are shared commonly among many of the companies that I connect with, either directly or through organizations like the Business Council of Manitoba, the Manitoba Trucking Association, the Chambers of Commerce in our province, Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, and the World Trade Center, Winnipeg. And I'll briefly highlight three of these issues as they relate to the topic of today's agenda, sustainability of business and supply chains. So the first, and Scotty, I'm going to emphasize something you said, is the importance of maintaining and enhancing the North American supply chain. Viewing our economy through the continental lens is of critical importance to Canadian business and consumers, and keeping that border open has allowed our highly integrated North American economy to continue to serve business and people. Just to give you a sense of how important that is to Centerport and to the economy of Manitoba, $22.6 billion in trade moved through the Emerson border crossing south of Winnipeg last year, and that's the busiest point of entry in Western Canada. And as we seek to help businesses recover, we have to continue to look at how we enhance this regional advantage. And we all have examples to share of the value of our North American supply chain. And that's not just Canada and US, but it's also French fries moving from the Simplot potato plant in Portage la Prairie, Manitoba, to Mexico City's McDonald's restaurants, with those same containers and trucks returning with avocados and other produce for Canadian consumers. The point I'm making is the border is important to trade and to our supply chains. And what we have to do is resist protectionism to keep our largest markets open to our businesses, particularly as they pivot on customers and suppliers. And that's a next big component of what I'm going to talk about. And this is a conversation that's happening in many companies, particularly manufacturer companies right now in Canada, both SMEs and larger businesses, around repatriating assembly work and the sourcing of supply to the continent. At Centerport, we're fielding calls from companies looking for a footprint to do just that, to serve their North American customers. Yesterday, a Quebec company confirmed its decision to open an assembly and logistics facility in Centerport to serve its US clients. Now, part of their decision relates to concerns over an American backlash to China, so we need to be cognizant of that. But some of it relates to the security of their supply chain. And security is an issue that I think is not just COVID related, but it is certainly one that has had a real and noticeable impact currently on both small and large companies. New Flyer, a company you may have heard about, it's North America's largest bus manufacturing company, headquartered in Winnipeg, found that delays in parts that were being shipped out of China had a ripple effect, and it backed up their entire manufacturing process. So they're one of those companies currently looking to how they streamline and pivot on their supply chain activities. So in Canada, we should be concerning ourselves with capturing as many of the repatriated opportunities as possible. The dollar right now is currently an advantage to us, but we have to ensure that we have the infrastructure and the tax rates that allow businesses to invest in our country and not just those south of us. Canada should compete on how goods are produced. Process innovation and technology is the foundation of this approach. The other point is one that was made in The Economist a few months ago. Visibility is velocity, and it speaks to the importance of revolutionizing the tracking of supply chains and its importance to business. So the second issue I want to flag is certainty of markets and customers. Outside of food processing, most industrial businesses that produce things are being very cautious right now and are waiting to see the recovery in their order books before fully restarting. The Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters released some results of a study that they did yesterday, and it showed that over 70% of the manufacturing and export companies in our country have been impacted by COVID. With global trade challenge for the foreseeable future, certainly for finding new customers, businesses will have to look more local and likely to potential customers on the continent. If governments want to support the recovery of the Canadian economy, they need to be serious about Canadian technology and supporting, buying, and using that technology, even if it isn't the cheapest to be found. There are numerous examples of how we haven't bought from companies in our provinces, let alone our country. This includes electric buses, intelligent healthcare technologies, and many others. Government should lead the way through investment in and deployment of Canadian technologies wherever possible. The third point is that e-commerce is here to stay, but does that really change anything? Certainly, COVID has accelerated trends such as e-commerce adoption, distribution activity shifts, and point-of-sale practices, but these were happening already. It would be good if North America's consumer goods economy isn't completely overtaken by Amazon, Walmart, and Alibaba. And we need to ask ourselves how we can support smaller retailers with rapid consumer goods distribution to meet market demands. There's no going back on grocery delivery either. All of these shifts will impact what the future hub and spoke model of distribution looks like and how localized the warehouses will need to be to meet market demands. The acceleration of technology and rapid market delivery will continue to create winners and losers in our economy. And I'd like to end on the suggestion that there are three main things the federal government can do to ensure the sustainability of our businesses and increase supply chain efficiencies. The first is to understand that the recovery for some sectors is likely to be slow as companies' order books aren't full. They need help with access to capital and in some cases support on pivoting on markets and source products. Second, please keep the business environment competitive through tax and other supports, including the adoption of and deployment of new technologies. And finally, continue to fund critical infrastructure to ensure that our Canadian-made, grown, or sourced goods can reach their final destinations. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions later.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gray. Then going to the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, Bob Masterson, President and CEO. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Easter. Pleased to be with you on behalf of Canada's chemical sector and the plastics manufacturers. Those that don't know us well, we're Canada's third largest manufacturing industry, about $60 billion a year of shipments. And first, I do want to extend our sector's appreciation to Parliament and to the Government of Canada for how quickly you have put in place a number of these measures to support individuals and the economy, businesses broadly. And I'll speak to our sector. We haven't relied on those, but our customers have, and those have been very important. And you've really demonstrated leadership in this unprecedented challenge. So I have three brief messages for you with respect to the status of Canada's chemistry sector: resilient, responsive, and poised to contribute to the economic recovery. So number one, our chemistry sector is a highly resilient sector. There have been no material impacts on the sector from COVID-19. Our industry, our members report that over half of them are operating at normal levels of production for this time of year. We do have about 30% who say they're still operational, but they're operating at lower than normal levels. You think of folks selling chemicals, paints, coatings, the automotive sector. There were a number of tough weeks there, but they were operational. We have another 20%, however, who are actually producing above capacity and normal capacity. So overall, the sector hasn't relied on any economic supports. It has no intention to rely on sector supports. It doesn't need a package, and very, very few layoffs in any company across the sector. So highly resilient. Number two, the chemistry sector is highly responsive and responsible. We produce very important water treatment and disinfection chemicals that are essential for public safety in a crisis such as this, and we've certainly seen a steep increase in demand for those. We'll talk about plastics perhaps over some of the questions, but plastics was a pretty unwelcome product until COVID-19 came along, and all of a sudden, the demand for plastic, you can think of the packaging on food. We have the produce manufacturers here, the medical industry. The sanitary value of plastic is now understood in a way that we did, but folks like yourselves and Canadians did not understand before this crisis. So a very important role being played by plastics. You think of all the PPE that is needed. There is so much plastic in there, so a huge demands there. Our members have also reconfigured their production processes. We have people, BASF Canada, that makes paints and coatings in Windsor. They pivoted and now they're making hand sanitizer and donating that product. Shell Chemicals, Procter & Gamble Canada, they've also reconfigured their operations to, for the first time ever, produce these essential products to help with this response. Give you one other example of how the industry has responded. This again led by BASF Canada and Trimac, both members of our association. They created this platform called the Rapid Response Platform, and it is now matching those that have PPE available with those that need PPE to restart their businesses. And in the first week of operations alone, it has made matches between 10,000 organizations in Canada. 1 week that it's been online. You go online, you say, I need 5,000 plastic gowns for my dentist's office. Someone will come back online and you will get that 10,000 matches in the first week alone. And we're very proud to have contributed to that. So third and finally, I do want to say that this industry stands very well poised to assist with Canada's economic recovery. We currently have $7 billion of new capital investment that has continued under construction despite this crisis. Those projects are continuing. They will come online in late 2021, early 2022, and you can imagine what a shot of support to the economy that $7 billion of new investment will contribute. There are a few projects that were underway and have been deferred, and a few others that were proposed and not yet going. Those total currently about $11 billion. And we're confident that as we come out of this crisis, we're going to hear that some of those are going to move ahead as planned. The conditions will be there for those to continue to invest and also to assist the recovery. Our large major facilities, though, have also had to defer all major capital investment because of this crisis. These projects, routine maintenance projects, can involve thousands of contractors, hundreds of millions of dollars, and you just couldn't bring contract staff and those numbers on site during COVID and risk contaminating your operators and taking your site down. That activity is going to have to happen. Now, hopefully we come out of this recovery soon in the coming weeks, and that can start to take place late summer and fall. At worst, it's early next year. But when you total that up, that's more than $1 billion of pre-planned maintenance activity also happening in our sector. So we put all that together. Again, the three messages are the sector is highly resilient, it's highly responsive, and we do stand poised to contribute to the economic recovery. And certainly the provinces of Alberta, British Columbia, Ontario, and Quebec are looking to the sector to continue to grow and support that economic recovery. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll close a couple of brief things I'd like to say to offer our advice or perspective on what Canada can do to support that future growth and help the sector contribute to the economy. And I think the first is that it's essential for the government of Canada to embrace the investment growth potential of the sector. I would say, Mr. Chairman, you've heard me characterize it. In the past, it's been somewhat ambivalent. It needs to be enthusiastic. We need to be enthusiastic about the growth prospects of Canada's chemistry sector. And in particular, we would call on the federal government to bring forward the spirit of collaboration we've seen through this health crisis, the way the federal and provincial governments have worked so closely together to define the right rules, to take the right actions in an expeditious manner. We need to do the same thing with the economic recovery. We can't have the provinces rowing in one direction and the federal government in another. We have to see that coordinated response. And if we can achieve that, it will be fantastic. And so that's a key thing we see. We want to see the federal government as enthusiastic as the provinces about the growth opportunity in the sector. And second and finally, I think we agree our industry owns the issue of plastic waste. We have to solve that. We accept the federal government's agenda of what they wish to do. But I will assure you, if you want to convey a message to the global chemistry industry and plastics industry that you are ambivalent about its resilience, its responsibility and responsiveness, and its investments, growth prospects, go ahead and declare plastics toxic under CEPA as the means to regulate those. Because just after what we've seen in this crisis, that will be a message to the sector that you don't really want the investment. So we think there's other tools that you could use. We support the entire agenda, the actions the government wishes to take. We just urge you to use another regulatory tool than declaring these necessary, sanitary, and safe products toxic. We don't think Canadians support that, and we as a business certainly don't support it. I do look forward to your questions, and thank you again, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Bob. Going to the Coalition of Concerned Manufacturers and Businesses of Canada, Mr. Sabat and Mr. Sward.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. My name is Ves Sobat, and I'm director with the Coalition of Concerned Manufacturers and Businesses. We're based in Scarborough, Ontario. We have about 300 members, all Canadian companies looking to create valuable products and sell them in Canada and around the world. Today, I'd like to offer some suggestions from the Coalition on self-sufficiency in supply chains. And I'm going to pick it up where Bob Masterson left. We're going to talk about the plastic sector a little bit. As Bob had mentioned, the benefits of plastic have never been as clear as they are today. The COVID epidemic has clearly shown Canada's strategic vulnerability and dependence on these products. We don't make them in this country as much as we used to before, and we need to make them here. Plastics are made from natural gas. We have a strategic raw material advantage in the sector. Canada's plentiful natural gas supply gives us a cost advantage over countries like China, who derive their plastics from coal. China has other advantages, however. China has a fixed currency. Canada has a floating currency. Advantage China. Manufacturers in Canada are subjected to class action lawsuits. Chinese manufacturers are not. Advantage China. Canadian manufacturers are subjected to strict environmental rules. Chinese manufacturers are not. Advantage China. Canadian manufacturers have to pay a carbon tax. The Chinese do not. Advantage China. It's our contention. It's time for the federal government to advantage Canada. And here are recommendations for doing so. Incentivize Canadians to repatriate manufacturing back in Canada, like they're doing in Japan and the United States. This will alleviate our dependency on unfriendly foreign suppliers and strengthen our national security. Recommendation number 2, create an expedited approvals process for Canadian companies, one that takes days, not months. Allow Canadian companies to get expedited approvals. The Government of Canada appealed to manufacturers to retool and produce PPE here. Many of our members have done just that, only to find that the approvals process is the bottleneck. Currently, a member company has been waiting a month for approval from Health Canada for something as simple as a face shield, while other companies from Wuhan have their approvals. We urge the government to streamline and fast track the process for Canadian companies. Recommendation number 3, Environment and Climate Change Canada is working to deem plastic toxic right now. As Bob had mentioned, labeling plastic toxic under the CEPA will result in a less safer environment for workers and consumers and result in thousands of job losses across Canada without any benefit. Our members are telling us that they're finding it harder to get private equity for their investments because the government is going down this route. The federal government must drop this misguided initiative immediately. And recommendation number 4, we urge the government to stop investing in Chinese infrastructure and instead take that money and invest it in Canadian infrastructure. Investing in Canadian infrastructure that lasts 50 to 100 years at these low interest rates means the future generations will receive that benefit, making the best return on investment of all stimulus spending options. Let municipal needs and the free market supply the solutions necessary to create a world-class infrastructure in Canada. But let's cut off giving money to China for their infrastructure. I'd like to pass this on to my colleague, David Sword, to add a couple of more recommendations. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members, for having us. My name is David Sword, and I'm in the energy field, and I'm also here to support the coalition with their overall position on manufacturing and energy in Canada. There's a strong relationship between energy projects and the manufacturing sector in Canada. When anything energy needs to be built in this country, manufacturing benefits immediately and directly. Canadian manufacturing provides the necessary ingredients to help the energy sector both build and maintain their operations. Which brings us to natural gas. It's a vital fuel, and thankfully, Canada has an abundant supply. Natural gas is in demand both within our country and worldwide, and that's where LNG comes into play. LNG is liquid natural gas, of course, natural gas that has been supercooled to form a liquid to enable ease of long-distance transportation. Natural gas is being used to help fuel economic growth, replace coal, and is also a perfect fuel complement to the intermittent nature of renewable energy. It's valued because of its cleaner burning aspects, both in air particulates, but the fuel also contains a fraction of the GHG content of that of coal. And that's a fuel that's in wide use in Asia, and it continues to grow. For example, in China, in India, they add new coal plants annually, and now Japan is seeking to do the same. Canada can and should play a vital role and a global role in providing that fuel of choice to improve air quality and to be a supplier of choice, and also to get the capital investments and jobs that are in the sector, jobs that are in the manufacturing, and it would help Canada's overall contribution to lowering global emissions. What goes up must come down somewhere, and it is truly a global issue. But we have to get more projects going. Just consider a tale of two countries. Canada and the United States are both natural gas rich. We have abundant supplies, but the United States has gone from virtually no exports and poised to import to being one of the world's top natural gas exporters in less than a decade. The United States has 7, and this is according to the FERC, the Federal Energy Review Commission in Washington. There are 7 existing export terminals, 8 under construction, and 14 that have been approved for construction and would be awaiting final investment decision. Canada has 2, and both are experiencing some form of difficulty. So in the LNG hockey game, the score is 29-2 for the United States. We're a nation of builders, but we simply can't get big projects going well. The path must be clear for such valued projects. Approvals have to be strict, but there must be a clear path to yes. If a proponent follows a very strict set of guidelines and strict rules with public input and participation with reasonable timeframes, there has to be a signal to the proponent that they stand a strong degree of success if they follow the rules and the criteria. We don't seem to enjoy that in Canada. And that applies to all major projects going forward and not just the resource sector. Changes to major approvals were significantly altered under Bill C-69. So it's our recommendation that the bill be amended with a series of recommendations that were submitted to the Senate during the debate on the legislation. Virtually all sectors agree that in the absence of such a change, no large-size project will be advanced and certainly undertaken under this set of conditions. Stopping major projects and resource developments, we do not think was the intended end result of B69, but that's what it appears to be. Together with an effort, we can create jobs, improve air quality, have more successful manufacturing, and an energy and economic future for Canada. LNG and manufacturing want to play that role. Our organization is going to be releasing a more comprehensive list of recommendations to help restart the economy, but this will be a major centerpiece of it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Turning then to the Macdonald Laurier Institute, Dick Fadden and Mr. Berkshire Miller. Richard, I guess you're up, I think.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. Let me start by saying that I'm not sure I can say a great deal that is useful to the committee about the details of self-sufficiency or supply chains and how they've challenged our national ability to procure essential equipment and potentially in due course to acquire medicines and food. Rather, I'd like to say a few words about why we find ourselves as a country, not just as a federal government, but as a country, in not as good a position as we could be to deal with a crisis like the one that we're dealing with now. To be able to deal effectively with crises or emergencies requires forethought, planning, coordination, and the taking of actual decisions in terms of mitigation and emergency preparedness. What I'm talking about, of course, is emergency preparedness as an important standalone activity for all orders of government, for the private sector, and indeed individuals. And to be direct, and I believe accurate, we have not been for decades as good as we have been able to be, could have been able to be in dealing with emergency preparedness. I want to stress that this comment is not directed at a particular government. From the time I was made a deputy minister by Mr. Chrétien, virtually every prime minister and minister I heard speak about emergency preparedness. And to suggest that I'm an equal opportunity critic, I think the same criticism applies to the public servants and to myself. We all talked a good line. We all took a few initial steps, but sometimes for good reasons and sometimes for not so great reasons, we did not do all we could do on the emergency preparedness front. And parenthetically, in speaking as a Canadian, we have to find a way to deal with the challenge of democracies with regular elections, making it difficult to deal with long-term issues. Not unique to Canada, but it's a real problem. So first, I mean that in dealing with emergency preparedness, we have to think in an organized way about bad things. Geopolitical and climatic issues, natural disasters, and of course, pandemics. The first part happens a fair bit, but it's the second steps that we do not do as well as we could. Coordinate within and between governments and with the private sector with a view of agreeing on what can be done to prepare and lessen the effects of the bad things. And we need to expend both political capital and real capital to deal with these mitigating measures. Aside from anything else, it means that decision makers, and again, I want to stress, I don't just mean politicians, must find the time, the energy, and the interest to deal with assessments of future long-term problems. Let me give you a good example, I think, that applies to the current situation. A few years ago, the United States National Intelligence Council issued a document entitled World Trends 2025. And what did they predict? They predicted the risk of a highly contagious respiratory disease that would likely cost the United States millions of deaths. Last point, as we do this, we must not accept the argument of some that Canada can be an island in and of itself and develop manufacturing and other capabilities to deal with all our supply chain issues. The best way to do this is to work with our close allies. And here I agree to some degree with Scotty and Ms. Gray. We need to deal effectively with the United States, but it cannot be only with the United States. The United States does not provide Canada with everything that we need. This is helped by formal agreements with key allies on the nature of crises that we may face in the future. But one way or the other, we will make our dealing with future crises easier if we plan for them. And I say this with not just the belief, but the absolute conviction that the way the world is unfolding right now, political friction, climactic effects, and other things, we are going to have other crises. So I would urge you, Mr. Chairman, to not have your committee only deal with the effects of this one pandemic, but with future pandemics, future crises, be they natural disasters or of another nature. We have to do better on emergency preparedness. We have to do so at a federal level and on a national level. And in point of fact, industry needs to do better as well. Thanks very much for listening, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padden. Before I go to the last witness, the lineup for the first round of questions will be Mr. Polyev first, then Mr. McLeod, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. Turning then to Solio Cooperative Group, Ghislaine Gervais, President.
Merci, bonjour.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I'm pleased to speak with you today, and I certainly thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm Ghislaine Gervais. I'm a producer in Quebec that I operate with my wife, with my son, and with my brother as well. And since February 2016, I've been president of this cooperative. The supply chains and food self-sufficiency are issues of very great concern to us. The Solio Cooperative Group has existed for close to 100 years and is the only Canada-wide agricultural supply cooperative. We represent more than 122,000 members, agricultural producers and consumers in 50 traditional agriculture and consumer cooperatives. We have more than 15,000 employees in our three divisions. Solio Agriculture supplies farms. Olimel specializes in pork and poultry processing. And BMR is Quebec's leading retailer of building materials and hardware. Our cooperative surpassed $7 billion in consolidated sales last year. That said, I think we'll move on to even $8 billion next year. I think it's important to bear in mind that our supply chains were under strain even before the pandemic because of the CN strike and the rail blockades. And what about access to the Chinese market? Agriculture producers and food processors are feeling the repercussions of the pandemic, which must be limited to protect the supply chain. At Olimel alone, costs to date amount to more than $20 million, not counting lost market margins. While unforeseen costs mount, costs we assume in their entirety, American processing plants are receiving direct government assistance to stay open. Recently, we urged governments to create a specific assistance program to ensure the agri-food sector's viability, future viability, and the food security of Canada. Measures announced since then by the Canadian government are a step in the right direction, but still are clearly not enough. The government must, above all, not presume that our sector will be able to withstand a second wave of the pandemic if the dire needs that became obvious during the first wave are ignored. We have defined areas for action that correspond to our vision of the economic recovery to be undertaken, and our aim is to help the agri-food chain face current and future challenges. First, there is the increase in productivity, which goes hand in hand with infrastructure automation and robotization. Second, greater food self-sufficiency is necessary, but agri-food exporters must also be supported through investments in food processing. Developing the vitality of the regions is also an important aspect of the recovery, in particular by stepping up the deployment of adequate telecommunications infrastructure. Our fourth area of action is support for a more sustainable economy, which we believe involves significant support for the digitization and performance of agriculture. Another avenue is to consider the promotion and support of the cooperative model, which has proven its worth and makes it possible to develop large-scale companies. The business model reflects Canadian values. There are still labor shortages despite our current unemployment rates. The last few months reminds us how essential the frontline trades are to our businesses and that they need to be supported. These are a few of the avenues that we are proposing to ensure your support is well targeted and our supply chains are protected. They are necessary in order for Canada to increase its food self-sufficiency, but also to protect its capacity and its reputation as a world-class exporter, which has recently suffered. I thank you for your invitation once again, and I'm pleased to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Gervais, and thank you to all the witnesses. We'll go to about a 5.5 minute round now to get everybody in, starting with Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Chair, sorry to intervene. I think that there's a witness that wanted to share some opening remarks with the Macdonald-Laurier Institute.
Oh, okay. The second witness is
Jonathan.
Mr.
Jonathan
Berkshire Miller. Okay, Mr. Berkshire Miller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to be anointed as the closer today. Thank you to the Chair and to the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Standing Committee during this extraordinary period. This evening, I would like to highlight some reflections from my perspective on how the emergence of COVID-19 has heightened some pre-existing risks to Canada's critical supply chains and consequentially reinforced the need to deeply rethink not only our supply chain self-sufficiency, but also the sources in which we rely on such materials. As for my background and expertise focuses more on foreign affairs and security, so I would like to tailor my remarks around that lens. First off, it is important to reiterate that while we are in unprecedented times and grappling with a global pandemic, the crisis has also provided a moment of clarity for many countries, Canada included, on the importance of secure supply chains. Indeed, the lockdowns around the world induced by COVID-19 have revealed important weaknesses in supply chains for many multinational companies, including those which are Canadian and Canadians rely on for critical supplies, such as protective personal equipment or PPE. Indeed, acquiring PPE and ensuring a stable supply chain has been an enormous challenge for Canada since the pandemic was declared in March of this year. This has been particularly challenged because one of the main source countries for this PPE has been China, where the pandemic originated, and many Chinese companies have been engaged in horse trading and often disingenuous auctioning of such supplies in an apparent move to take advantage of an international market for PPE and other medical supplies that cannot be satiated in the near term as a result of the pandemic. As some have aptly described it, the procurement of supplies in this COVID-19 era has turned into the Wild West of procurement practices, where ethics and safety are often pushed to the sidelines in favor of rapid transactions and profit maximization. Of course, China has not been the only challenge, as was mentioned earlier from other witnesses. And there have also been critical strains on our procurement for materials from the United States, a key ally. There will be a time and a place to look back at procurement practices in particular episodes, such as Canadian planes returning from China empty-handed last month. But the more essential question we need to think about, and think about imminently, is how Canada, both our government and our companies, can and should respond in order to emerge from this pandemic with stronger and more reliable supply chains. On this point, I would like to make a few observations and recommended guidance markers going forward. First, we need and we must prioritize safety in our supplies. And this means, as others have mentioned as well, dealing with partners and allies that are committed to transparency, high quality materials, and unimpeded market practices. We can no longer wager bets on supply chain sources that are antithetical to our principles and our interests. More concerning, however, is that when this reliance on questionable supply chains endangers our national security. Second, the COVID-19 era has been instructive not just as a moment of clarity on these vulnerabilities, but also on the opportunism of many other state actors, and often the state-owned or backed enterprises associated with them that are intent to take advantage of the economic stress that the pandemic has caused to a range of industries and companies in Canada, as well as in our allies. Many such companies have found their market share and value plummet over the past 2 months, and there are foreign state-backed investors that are voraciously looking at acquiring such companies in Canada and elsewhere at bargain basement prices. One such example of this would be the recent acquisition from the Chinese gold giant Shandong Gold Mining Company to purchase the Canadian company TMAC Resources. Third, the geopolitical lessons from COVID-19, and there will be many that transcend our discussion today on supply chains, necessitate a robust, dynamic, engaged, and interest-based rethink on Canada's foreign policy strategy. From my perspective, for example, we can't separate supply chain resiliency from other security risks, be it in the maritime realm, the infrastructure building, which has been discussed a bit today, the cyber domain, or the nascent battle over technology, AI, and the Internet of Things. To quickly close, as I noted at the onset of my remarks, Canada is not alone in grappling with this challenge, and it will be imperative to work ever more closely with our friends, allies, such as the United States, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, the United Kingdom, and the European Union. It'll be important also to work with emerging partnerships such as India, ASEAN, and so on. Moreover, Canada often underestimates itself and ability to build resiliency away from non-transparent markets. The imperative to diversify, for example, to our like-minded friends and allies in the Indo-Pacific has never been stronger. In conclusion, this moment of challenge has brought clarity of purpose and should be seen as an awakening to reorient and rethink about the nature of our partnerships and priorities overseas, to build an appropriate strategy to underpin this. Thank you again, Mr. Chair and members.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those remarks. We will now go to the first round, and we're going to have to go tight on 5 minutes. Mr. Poilievre, you're up, followed by Mr. McLeod.
Thank you. My question is about the buzzword economy. The buzzword economy is something that has flourished over the last 4 years, in particular in Canada, where the government announces some buzzwords, and then a whole series of industry groups put those buzzwords in their marketing, PR, and government relations materials. They turn those materials into generous government subsidies. We know the buzzwords of the recent past. They have included, for example, innovation. If you can put the word innovation in your application, you can get a grant from the industry department. You can be part of a supercluster, and you can feast on taxpayer money. Then we heard the green energy buzzword. That was a very lucrative one. In Ontario, it's leading to about $100 billion of subsidies of windmills and solar panels, which ironically have higher emissions in their entire life cycle than do other more traditional forms of electricity, like hydroelectricity and nuclear. But they had the right buzzwords, so they got enormous subsidies. And now, because quite rightly, we're concerned about how dependent we are on foreign supplies, the new buzzword is supply chain. Or self-sufficiency. So all kinds of industry groups will plow those buzzwords into their materials in order to get grants and subsidies. Now, the thing is, grants and subsidies and buzzwords don't make us self-sufficient. They make us more dependent. Anything that has to be subsidized costs more than it makes. Every subsidy the government gives out, it must first take away from productive workers and entrepreneurs. My question is for Mr. Sword and Mr. Sobot. It sounds to me like the kinds of the industrial proposals you're making do not require subsidies and handouts, but rather, and they don't build on buzzwords, but rather they build on basic free market economics, whereby the businesses are capable of producing something that's worth more than it costs and selling it on the open market without a handout. Do you agree with my characterization? And if so, can you expound on how we can liberate our economy to produce real value rather than just buzzwords and government subsidies?
I'll take a go at that first, and thank you for the question. Appreciate it. What the private sector does not need, what it needs is a clear path to bringing your project forward and clear, definable goals and objectives. And if I could put it in a different way, sir, if you're going to build, everyone can relate to this. If you're going to build a deck in your backyard, there can be stringent regulations of when you bang the hammer, how you consult your neighbors in the neighborhood, what type of wood you use, and how deep the screws go in. But you should know going forward that if you have all those equipment and tools available to you, that you can actually go ahead with it. And that gets real money because it's about $2,000 to $3,000 out of your pocket when that happens. We're talking about capital expenditures of $10 to $15 billion on that. And it's just staggering the amount of money.
And Mr. Sword, you're quite right. In fact, our staff put together the inventory of all energy and resource projects waiting federal approval right now. And the number is actually $20 billion, most of it natural gas related, some oil and some other mining. But $20 billion is just sitting in the queue, and the investors are twiddling their thumbs. The workers are sitting there waiting around for the phone to ring to hear that their project has been approved. And meanwhile, we hear that we need more industrial subsidies for this latest new buzzword-filled idea, when what they really could do if they wanted stimulus is to approve that $20 billion of real projects. Do you agree with that characterization?
I had worked on the Energy East pipeline project in support of it. It was a $16 billion private sector investment. And apart from Alberta, the energy sector, the sector that would have benefited second to that would have been manufacturing all across the country. And that was private sector money, coast to coast.
That's real
last question, Pierre. Go ahead.
That's real self-sufficiency, real supply chain integrity. You don't need the buzzwords because it's actually real economic activity. Mr. Sobat, did you want to expound upon that as well?
Very much so. One of the words in the construction sector that's been bandied about for quite some time is green infrastructure. Well, the truth is infrastructure that is necessary for economic efficiency is what we need to do. What has happened with the term green infrastructure is fewer people are allowed to compete on the same project, which has essentially increased the cost of infrastructure across the country. So I urge the government to drop the term green because it has, in effect, limited competition and increased prices and not provided the value necessary to justify itself.
Mr. McLeod, followed by Mr. St. Marie. Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the presenters today. I was very happy to see Air Tindy making a presentation, Mr. Chris Reynolds, and I'd like to talk to Mr. Reynolds and ask him a question. As he mentioned in his presentation, in the North, our air carriers are the lifeline of our communities. They're essential for the health, they're essential for the safety of our people and our economy. Last month, the government provided the three territories with $17.3 million in support for the northern carriers, which is a very good first step. But more is clearly needed. I'm hearing from other companies, other air carriers like Land Aviation. And in his presentation, I mentioned a number of supports. I'd like him to maybe spell out the steps that he would like to see to ensure Northern aviation can weather the health and economic impacts of COVID-19 and keep Northerners and Northern goods moving.
Thank you for the question. Air Tindy actually, so 8.7 million of the total grant went to Northwest Territories Airlines, and Air Tindy was one of five that was able to get a grant of 1.5 million because we're a scheduled service operator. But our biggest competitor next door to us is Summit Air, and they're not a scheduled service carrier, but they do very important work. They fly the food up the Satu Valley from Yellowknife, and because they weren't a scheduled service carrier, they did not receive anything. So they're hurting, as are the tourist operators, as is the Land Aviation, the the Northright Airways, the Northwestern Air Lease, those operators are very much hurting, and the food security is in jeopardy long term if another phase of airline relief for the northern operators isn't done properly, and really just it's a matter of survival for those long term. 2021, 2022. I see government subsidization of transportation costs is really the key to getting the exploration industry back, the remediation industry back. There's a lot of industry work and remediation programs. Probably, as much as 6-7% of our revenue last year was from remediation projects. They're all canceled. The tourism industry is badly hurt, and the transportation costs in the north, the air transportation costs in the north, are some of those biggest costs, and subsidies for transportation for northern carriers is quite key.
Yeah, my next question is regarding the point that you made about the wage subsidy. I'm very curious on your perspective of how can your company transition off the wage subsidy without compromising your ability to survive?
We can only do that through, unfortunately, employment terminations. Right now, I'm expecting as much as 40% of our workforce based in the Northwest Territories will lose their jobs when the wage subsidy program ends at the end of August. So for us to survive, we have to contract, we have to get small, and we have to wait it out unless there's something else. And unfortunately, you can't gain the experience needed back to fly an airplane to these remote locations. It doesn't grow on a tree, so it's very difficult to rebound from that.
One last question, Mr. Chair. Prior to COVID-19, we had some real challenges when it came to pilots and getting pilots to the north. It was something that everybody was trying to figure out how we could do that. What impact is this virus going to have on that? How much is it going to compound that issue?
It's not. I can say from my perspective, the global aviation shortage for pilots and engineers is over. And there's a backlog again. So I'm hoping some of the good changes the industry made to promote pilot growth and train pilots across Canada needed for the world. Some of those changes that made conditions better for young pilots remains. That's our goal, but there's definitely not a shortage anymore.
Okay, thank you, both. Turning to Mr. St. Marie, followed by Mr. Julian. Gabriel?
Oui, merci Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your presentations. My questions will be for Mr. Gervais. Thank you very much for your presentation. We're talking about food autonomy. What can the federal government do so that we are closer to that goal, in your opinion? It will have to go through subsidies to investments in innovation. This sector has very little profit margin. So when there's an event like COVID-19, we get the perfect storm. Profits disappear. We have to innovate. We need robots, we need new infrastructures and new investments. But since the profits are very small, it's hard to get to profitability. It will have to go through innovation. A good example, the potential in Canada is huge. We have 37 million acres that are cultivated in Canada. In the Netherlands, they produce 11 times more than we do with smaller acreage. So we have to multiply investments and change the whole chain so that we have more participation in the agri-food sector. And this will have a ripple effect, and it will help improve our reputation as a food producer for Canadians and for exports too. Thank you. It's very clear. You've mentioned that you were hard hit by COVID because you have little profit margins. If there's a second wave, what will be the impact for your industry? There are a lot of businesses that are fragile now because of COVID. If there's a second wave this fall, some of them will not make it. And it will harm food autonomy for the country. We'll have to turn to other countries and other organizations to feed us. If we produce here, we ensure the vitality of all the regions. Yes. Our cooperative model is a good example. Those co-ops have huge impact in the regions. Honesty, solidarity, equality, all those values are dear to our heart and to Canada's principles. We have given back $238 million to our members. I don't think there are many businesses in Canada that have given back this way. I can see it in the field here. The co-op movement in agriculture makes a big difference. We're talking about food autonomy. The former Agriculture Minister Caron in Quebec said that we, of course, will not be growing bananas here, but we should have enough exports to compensate for the imports. So exports are very important for our businesses. What is the role of exports for your sector during the pandemic? Unfortunately, with the pandemic, we can't have as much value added to our products as usual, so it reduces the value of our products. Everything that we export means economic value to modernize, invest, and support our members. It also means that it reduces the commercial deficit, the trade deficit of the country. Pork, for instance, has an excellent reputation. It is a great production to export, and it reduces a trade imbalance, and it's good for the economic vitality of our regions. The government also has a lot of money from that sector. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we still have time? Yes. One last question, Mr. Gervais, about exports. How is it with China right now? For China, we were hard hit last year with a disease. From June to November, we were cut off. There was a partial reopening. Alberta can't export to China, so that's $2 to $3 million that we're not getting every week. It's $150 million for our operations, $150 million that we can't invest back to improve the wealth of our members. I hope that message will be heard. Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you both. Turning to Mr. Julian, and we'll start the second round with Mr. Morantz. Peter?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all of our witnesses for being here today, and we certainly appreciate and hope that your families are all safe and healthy. I've got a number of questions, so I'd like to go with fairly quick responses. First to Ms. Greenwood and Mr. Sobat. You've both been talking about the issue of protective equipment. Ms. Greenwood, you were suggesting that we work with the United States, but last month, of course, Mr. Trump interfered in that process, actually banned 3M from exporting N95 masks to Canada. So as long as his erratic and irresponsible policy approaches are in place, does it not make more sense to really focus on building protective equipment abilities in manufacturing here in Canada? And that's a question I direct both to Ms. Greenwood, but also to Mr. Sobat.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Julian, for the comment and the question. No, I don't think it makes sense to try to be self-reliant. I think it would be impossible almost, and very expensive and undesirable to try to not just unscramble the egg, but to unmake the omelet that is the North American integration. With respect to your question on 3M, there was unfortunate rhetoric. I agree, coming out of the White House. We stood strongly against that rhetoric. But the reality of what happened happened was that Canada prevailed in gaining an exemption. Canada and Mexico both gained an exemption in the FEMA temporary final rule, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which is the U.S. agency. So when it comes to personal protective equipment, Canada and Mexico are specifically exempted from the protectionist policy of the United States and the Serve Americans First. But not only that, importantly, so are the.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I wanted to go to Mr. Sobat, and I've got a ton of other questions. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I do think we need to be more self-sufficient, especially in national security issues. If you look at COVID, I believe COVID was a great risk. However, we can imagine greater risks than COVID. So I think Canada needs the ability to manufacture right here and make some of those key items that are necessary for Canadians' health. And that then helps with the American relationship because we can sell back into the United States should they need it as well.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Masterson, I actually come from the plastic sector. I started my work in a plastic factory in Delta, BC. The plastic industry, yes, you're absolutely right, has proven its worth through this pandemic, but the problem still exists of plastic waste and recycling. And certainly on the coast of British Columbia, I can tell you there are piles of plastic garbage that are found in certain parts of the coast. What is the industry doing to dramatically reduce the amount of plastic waste and dramatically increase the amount of recycling that takes place in the industry?
Thank you. Let me answer that in the reverse order. So the first is, as you know, in British Columbia, the recycling system under Recycle BC is a 100% extended producer responsibility system. Those that produce packaging and put it in the economy are responsible for the cost of the recycling system. And the number one thing we're doing is telling all the provinces that that's a model that has to be followed coast to coast. So we have been effective in Ontario. Ontario is transitioning to the BC model. We're advocating for Alberta to do that. Quebec is going to have to figure that out as well. So that's number one. Number two is industry has to innovate, and there's some really exciting things happening. So you have companies that are like Dow, late last year announced for the first time, it is making a resin, the plastic material that goes into all the other products, that now contains 70% recovered plastic, creating that true circular economy. So the industry is committed to that. It's putting its own money where its mouth is in innovation. It supports extended producer responsibility. It understands, it owns the issue of plastic waste and has to work with government officials to achieve that, and consumers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lemaire. You've talked about the cap on allowable limit for the CERB. That's something that does preoccupy a number of us. You're really suggesting to ensure that we don't have that $1,000 cap, but really allow people to access the CERB, but not have the kinds of compression that exists right now that makes it difficult for people to work, for example, in the produce sector and the agricultural sector at the same time as they're accessing CERB from other businesses. Is that not your suggestion to committee, that we raise the cap on the allowable limits that exist in the emergency benefit?
Raising the cap would be one direction that you can go in. I know an exemption may be too far for the agri-food industry or agriculture industry. We need some type of incentive to bring Canadians back to the farm and back to agriculture in positions that they can support. So how do we do that? Rather than a disincentive, an incentive would be ideal. And as I mentioned, the student support was a good start. Now the other piece is, how do we leverage the existing tools?
Mr. Morant, and then followed by Mr. Fragaskatis. Marty?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to direct my questions to Ms. Gray. Ms. Gray, you talked in your opening comments, and by the way, it's always great to have a fellow Manitoban on the panel. You're a second one today. You talked about capturing opportunities. I wanted to see if you could elaborate a little bit. You touched on viewing supply chains through a continental lens, tax competitiveness, and critical infrastructure. I wonder if you could elaborate on those things, and particularly around tax competitiveness, though.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. So there's a number of companies right now that are, and I would say probably almost all, maybe the chemical and the plastics industry is exempt from that, but I'd say pretty much all of the others that are involved in some type of production are examining their supply chains from a security perspective. And part of that is looking at the number of suppliers they have, the locations of those suppliers, the amount of inventory that they're carrying and whether they have to carry more and what the impact is on their overall production activity. But there's some new factors that are coming into play right now. And, and as I mentioned before, I think what we've heard from companies that have been talking to us, I'll say in the last 3 weeks, about real estate opportunities and a place in Canada to locate what is clearly a reshoring of their business activity is directly related to some of the backlash against China, and so that's primarily they talk about it as an American thing, but I've read a fair bit that it's happening in some parts of Canada as well from a customer perspective. And then the second part of that primarily relates to security. So why are they looking at Canada as opposed to actually putting some of those production places in directly into the United States? Well, they've talked about the overall cost of doing business. And in Winnipeg, we actually have some competitive advantages there, particularly in the manufacturing sector, with our hydroelectric and low-cost power, our land costs, our labor costs, and particularly relative to other parts of Canada. Certainly not as cheap as Mexico, however. And but it's about the proximity to their customers is what's driving that. So you asked specifically about tax rates.
Yes.
Tax rates are one component that a business considers when they look at the overall cost of doing business. So any company is going to look at their bottom line, and taxes obviously play a key component of cost of doing business. And so always pegging ourselves against, I'll say, our closest competitors on an overall tax rate, I think is a realistic approach. And it's not allowing those tax rates to get really out of whack, frankly.
Is there anything specific, though, around taxation that you have concerns around?
Well, I mean, corporate income tax is a factor, provincial corporate business tax is a factor, regulatory issues and approval times, and others have mentioned that. Those are all factors. So it's not a specific tax. It's that overall cost of doing business and the ease of doing business that I think sophisticated companies look at.
Yeah.
Very quick question, Marty.
Just if you could elaborate for a second on the concept of a continental lens. I just want to explore whether or not you're saying that obviously free trade is a fundamental aspect of how our economies are intertwined around the world, and that's an important and fundamental aspect of how our economy functions. And I'm just wondering, when you talk with the concept of continental lens, are you thinking of a retraction in some sense from that, or is it something else?
It's not a retraction on global trade. I think it's a reflection on the current reality of global trade, where if we shorten if companies indeed are starting to shorten suppliers or bring suppliers closer to production activity, then they're going to be buying more from the continent. So it's just it's a partial reality. No one exactly knows when global trade is fully going to resume. And most companies are pegging that as a number of years off. So in the meantime, not only do they have to pivot on suppliers, but they have to pivot on where the newest customers are coming from. And that's particularly important, I would say, to our smaller companies, our SMEs, because they may be most reliant on single suppliers or a single geography and need to move much more quickly in order to find new customers and support their supply chains, or their companies are just going to go bankrupt, frankly.
Hey, we'll end it there. If somebody wants in to add a supplementary to some of these answers, just raise your hand. I might see you, I might not. I can only get so many on the screen. Turning then to Mr. Fragascatas, who will be followed by Mr. Generou. Peter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. My question goes to Ms. Greenwood. Ms. Greenwood, I heard you today, and I also read with great interest your policy options piece that was published in early April. To be very simple about it, are medical devices the new frontier from a trade perspective, in your view?
Well, medical devices are the urgent need of a health crisis and a humanitarian crisis like the pandemic. But what we're saying is, whether it's medical devices or personal protective equipment now, the same applies to the economic recovery, which is we advocate that Canada and the United States confront these things together. We build things together anyway. And so the piece you mentioned, we advocate for an extension of the 1963 Defense Production Sharing Agreement between Canada and the United States, which is where we treat each other as domestic for the purpose of defense procurement. And we've been doing that since the 1960s. We think we should do that for everything, particularly now that our economies are taxed.
Well, I wanted to ask you specifically about that idea, actually, because I think it's so interesting. In the piece, in the policy options piece, you say the following, and in reference to the idea that we ought to have a guaranteed national treatment agreement in place for such firms. You say that such an agreement would sweep away the obstructive tangles of international formalities and bureaucracies that frankly have no place in a situation like the one we're all living through right now. Both our governments need speed and flexibility, and so does business. What international formalities and bureaucracies stand in the way of what you're ultimately proposing?
Well, things in the United States, like when the U.S. uses Section 232 to raise tariffs on steel and aluminum, when the President of the United States or others threaten to not ship goods to our trading partners, whenever something emerges, whether it's a non-tariff barrier or an actual tariff, that don't allow us to work together the way we mean to work together, those are the kinds of entanglements that make it inefficient and expensive, and actually could cause lives to be lost when you think about a pandemic.
Okay, so do you worry that because of the time that we're in, you heard, for example, from Mr. Julian talking about basically moving away from trade and focusing entirely on the domestic, generating a domestic supply for some of the things that, whether it's PPE or other vital necessities. Do you worry about a protectionist turn? And if so, if we do see we've already seen, frankly, in the world in the past few years, a protectionist turn, but it could become more pronounced. And if it does, do you worry about that impeding exactly what you're calling for?
Absolutely. We're very worried about a protectionist turn. Protectionism, particularly when you're thinking about Canada and the United States, it just doesn't work. It's a natural human inclination in a difficult time to try to rely on yourself as much as you can. But we make things together, but also we need markets around the world. We have more abundant resources and capacity and innovations in Canada and the United States than our own people will ever consume. So we need markets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One last question, Mr. Chair, of time. Oh, I'm just gonna. Can't hear you, Mr. Chair, so I'm just going to ask the question.
I believe, sorry, Peter, Mr. Masterson wanted in on that question too. I'll give you the time back.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate what Ms. Greenwood said, and I just want to provide that perspective from the chemistry sector. Again, we're your third largest manufacturing sector, $60 billion a year. 80% of what we make, because we've got the resources to make it here in Canada, 80% of what we make is exported to global markets. So I think we have to keep that in mind when we are talking about are we going to intentionally restrict markets, or are we going to try to keep them as open as possible? What is our philosophy and our orientation? Much of the resource sector is certainly export oriented.
Thank you very much.
Question, Peter.
Last question to Mr. Fadden. Mr. Fadden, thanks very much. Always appreciate your insight, especially because you're former national security advisor to 2 prime ministers. On the point that you made, I mean, you made a number of points, but what stood out to me was when you said there's so many potential crises, natural disasters, climate change and its effects, health crises as we're seeing unfold right now. Any advice on what the best way forward would be to prepare for all these different emergencies from a finance perspective? I mean, is there a risk that there's a guessing game that's played out? How do you decide where to put the eggs? You don't want to put them in one basket, but at the same time, how do you logically prepare for any number of crises? Is it a matter of predicting this? Is it a matter of probability? Is it do you have to choose one over others? Any thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I would say that it's absolutely impossible to prepare for every potential crisis, and you have to accept that from the very beginning, just like it's impossible to reduce risks in any particular case. I think one of the things we have to do is to start worrying a little bit about more about things that are to come. We just don't do that particularly well in this country, neither the federal government nor the provinces. There are all sorts of organizations, both within government and in the universities and the nonprofit sectors, that develop very, very good models on what sorts of what I call bad things, to use the vernacular, are likely to occur over the course of the next little while. So what we need to do is to take advantage of all these, have them consolidated, have governments form a view of their prioritization, and then have a public discussion about them. I think these sorts of things happen too much within government. This would be a very good subject, I think, for a House or Senate committee to look at. But I think the last point I would make is we cannot do this exclusively as a federal government. It must be done nationally.
Thanks. Thank you all. Mr. Genereux, followed by Ms. Zerowitz, and then we'll go to a bunch of single questions. Ms. Genereux.
Merci, Monsieur Chair. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Monsieur le maire, you talked about, en fait, vous avez parlé du gain de.
Mr. Le Maire, you talked about the amount that people get on the CERB, about $1,000, and what would be some of the
Sorry, I had it on English, so I wasn't cut off the end.
With such a French name, do you speak French a bit, or?
I have you on English, so I don't hear. I'm hearing only the one version. Let me.
Okay, well, I can.
Okay, vas-y.
Okay, well,
go ahead.
French.
No, okay. It was turned. The volume was down on the English settings.
Okay,
so I couldn't hear the question.
Okay, donc le $1,000 gagné sur.
So the $1,000 on the CERB that you think is too low, and which is causing difficulties for employers who need to go get their employees back. What do you think the limit should be?
The limit we're looking at, in an ideal world, an exemption would be ideal, so that because of the diversity of our entire supply chain and within our agri-food sector, and the regionality of how many of our producers operate and our wholesalers and our repackers, the limit, setting a specific limit is difficult. In an ideal world, it's an exemption for our essential service, so that they could target and apply the appropriate wage that is necessary for their operation. That would be in an ideal world. In focusing on a common approach on a national level, even an additional $1,000 on top of that to allow for a $4,000 a month value would work.
Okay, you talked about the tax credit for the sanitary equipment that we have to spend, and Monsieur Gervais talked about the $20 million cost that already cost a cooperative for their needs for the. So, would you like to see that put on as soon as possible?
As soon as possible. The tax credits are going to be key because right now the diversity, especially between the small to medium to large size companies that are implementing the the use of new tools and products that they would never have to burden the costs in the past. And in this case, they may not qualify for the $77 million benefits that have been put in place. In the least, the tax credit would provide additional incentive to ensure the employees are safe. They're doing it now, but it will enable a business continuity plan.
Monsieur Gervais, vous devez voir, j'ai bien compris. C'est ça bien.
Mr. Gervais, would you like to add something? It's going to cost about $1 million more in health costs. What would your costs be? Mr. Gervais, I didn't understand your question. You talked about $20 million in terms of health-related costs. It's for all social distancing, purchases of PPE, and so on. This is what is important. This is what the costing is. Just imagine, for us, it's about $20 million, and other companies have costs that they accrue in the $15 to $20 million range. So we can't train our employees because we have to socially distance. Yes, but Mr. Gervais, do you think that Mr. Lemaire's idea, which is to have a tax credit for this, would be one that could be worked with? These costs, of course, are important. Do you think it would be a good idea for the government to bring in a tax credit? Well, yes. I think perhaps earlier on we were talking about it. We said it would be a step in the right direction, but the Canadian Federation of Agriculture conducted a survey, $2.6 billion in processing costs to meet the impact of the COVID disaster. It affects all Canadians.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Mr. Masterson? Yep. What is plastic is made of?
Plastic in Canada, well, there are many different ways to make plastic. The question, why do we have a large plastics industry in Canada? It's because we have abundant, low carbon, low cost natural gas liquids, the products that come out when we take natural gas out of the ground, largely in Western Canada. Other nations will make them out of crude oil or out of coal. We make all of our plastics out of natural gas liquids.
We will have to end it there, Ms. Zerowitz, and then we'll go on to a single question from Mr. St. Marie next, and Mr. Julian and Ms. Kotrakis. Julie.
Hi, my first question, and I have three, so thanks for all the amazing presentations. My first one is to Mr. Lemaire. Mr. Lemaire, we're talking about, self-sufficiency moving forward. I want to talk to you about labor. In the produce sector, there's traditionally been an issue around labor. Before COVID-19, in a typical year, and just give me a ballpark number, what percentage of the labor was filled by migrants? And in a typical year, did you still, even with migrants filling your labor, in a typical year, did you still have labor shortages?
Right. So it's a great question. And I'll give you an idea. Out of all the temporary foreign workers that are coming to Canada in horticulture, they represent about 72% of all of that labor force. Mm-hmm. So that's very significant. You're looking at over 32 to 33,000 workers. And that is below the requirements that the industry needs at the farm level and through some of the supply chain. It's been a big challenge, especially at the beginning with the disruption to access because of travel restrictions. Mm-hmm. And it's recovered, but still a gap.
So to what extent do you actually think that pushing students or even adults to work in these industries when they weren't filling these positions in the past, to what extent do you actually think any type of encouragement is actually going to be helpful?
So that's one portion of the supply chain, right, on the farm, and it's a hard sell. It really is. It's manual, physical labor that we are having a hard time convincing Canadians to do. But there's other parts. There's repackers. There's wholesale. There are other components within the logistics section of our operations that can leverage Canadians to get them involved. And those are the guys that are finding gaps and finding challenges because of the workforce absenteeism. You have a suspected case of COVID, 30% of a workforce doesn't show up to a greenhouse repacking facility in BC the following day. How do they fill that? How do they continue to support business continuity?
So I have one more question for you. One of the ideas that I think is being tossed around, at least I've heard this publicly today, is I think potentially looking at non-status asylum seekers who are here in Canada, or those who are non-status workers. Maybe they had a permit before, but it ran out. Would you be open to some sort of, if we were looking at some sort of a way for maybe some of the non-status workers we have here, find a legitimate way to maybe get them a work permit if they would be willing to fill positions that we desperately need them to fill? Is that an idea that you think your sector might be willing to look at?
I think that would be something that we could consider. We'd have to go through logistics and how that would work, but definitely something we could look at.
Okay, that sounds great. My next question is to Ms. Greenwood. Ms. Greenwood, I was interested in your common cross-manufacturing sort of proposal. I just want to quickly ask you two questions. And one is, how's the border working right now? And are there any improvements that you think we need to be making now, or sort of ongoing, that you think we need to be thinking about?
Thank you very much for the question. The border is working. So the border was closed to non-essential commerce, but remained open to essential commerce. And it works extremely well if you're in a tractor trailer, if you're in a train car. So critical supplies are going back and forth, and I think both governments have done a very good job on that. There have been some other instances, though, where it wasn't clear. Border agents have a lot of discretion about what they determine as essential commerce or not. So there have been some instances where someone was turned away, but actually they should have been allowed to go forward. So our idea for that is an essential commerce designation, where governments could, and we actually have a pilot project idea for this, where governments, just like you have a trusted traveler designation, you could have an essential commerce designation. It could also be used for resumption of commerce after this, where you would add a health element to the screening. So the border's going pretty well, but it's not perfect, and we think we have a solution to propose.
Great. And then Ms. Gray, if I could just quickly ask you one quick question. You were talking about one of the solutions moving forward in terms of self-sufficiency is capital funding for innovation. Since time immemorial in our country, we have tried to be even more innovative. Every single time, every government tries successively. What is the one thing you think we could do differently this time that just might get us to be an extraordinarily innovative and productive country?
Well, we do have some great innovation in our country, for sure. And there's been lots of studies done by very smart people looking at how we become a more innovative economy. So I'm not going to speak to that specifically, but I do chair the board of MyTax. And so I'll kind of throw that out there, which has obviously a great relationship between governments, business, and the university and academic sector for funding research internships, and much of that work does eventually become commercialized in some small scale. But the issue I was speaking about today was something actually just much more basic than that, which is when we have the technology in Canada, why are we not actually adopting and using that technology, as opposed to forcing our Canadian innovators to try to find Asian markets or investors for their products and technologies? And I threw out a few examples. So just something as simple as, why are there not electric buses on the streets of Winnipeg, but there are in California? Those buses are made here in Manitoba. Why are we not, adopting something as simple as nurses having wristwatches that can automatically tell the temperature of patients? $150, manufactured here in Manitoba. So just a few ideas. But in some cases, governments have to lead the way, because a lot of the innovation is in the healthcare or related sector.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to one question from Mr. St. Marie, one from Mr. Julian, and one from Ms. Kotrakis. Gabriel.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma question.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Généreux. I'm hearing myself in my earpiece. Do you hear me? The hog producers in Quebec and the plants agreed that there would be exceptional methods that incurred extra costs because of COVID-19 and that they should be absorbed by the government. Well, I'm not aware of what you are saying. I know that there has been some talk about support for these costs. But, you know, a crisis like COVID-19 is extraordinary. Our role, our mission for the past 100 years has been to try to ensure prosperity for producers in Quebec. And we want to be able to go the full 9 yards to be able to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Julian.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. My last question is for Mr. Gervais.
Solio est présent partout au pays, comme en Colombie-Britannique aussi. Alors,
for instance, also in British Columbia, it's everywhere, all over the country. So given that, it is a huge co-op. What sector is of more concern? Is it pork, poultry? When you look at your whole group, which part of it is of more concern? Thank you for your question. We have installations in 9 of the 10 provinces, so we're present coast to coast. I think it's Olimel, the processing of meat, that is of more concern and has been most impacted. We're lucky we have been recognized as an essential service. So during this crisis, we've seen things that we never thought we would see, things that we thought were a given. But there has been effects on the logistical chain, and this is what has hurt us. We have had to close a plant in Quebec for 2 weeks, and this closing has had a ripple effect on the whole production line because the pork has not been processed. So we can't add value to our products, and it has had an effect. So this is the sector that is of most concern, and it is vital for Quebec. It's very important for Quebec and for Canada. There are plants everywhere in the country that process products for Canadians. This is the one that is most at risk. Thank you.
Point out, Mr. Gervais, we have felt that here. I have one constituent who had to euthanize 2 tractor trailer loads of market hogs because of the plant shut down there, and also Tyson shutting down in the U.S. Ms. Koutrakis, last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Berkshire Miller. I think we will all agree that self-sufficiency is not the same as isolationism, and that Canada is a country that thrives when it works with others, especially through multilateral organizations. What role do you see Canada playing in institutions like the WHO and the WTO following the crisis? And how can Canada work towards self-sufficiency while still supporting our global partners?
Well, thank you for the great question. As I said at the onset of our remarks and also at the closing, it's essential that we work with like-minded partners. So this is not something, number one, that we're dealing with alone and that we can mitigate the risks alone. So that's there is no silver bullet, frankly. It's going to require working at an ad hoc level with a lot of our key partners. But it's also going to require doubling down on some of our multilateral engagement. It's got to be done wisely. I think there's valid questions that need to be asked about how the WTO has dealt with this. WHO has dealt with this crisis. But I do think that we need to continue to engage in that forum. I think the WTO also, even before this pandemic, has had a number of questions and challenges. But I think that we'll continue to want to work with our key partners to reform those institutions so they work best to serve Canada's interests.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question to Mr. Lemaire, and that relates to PACA. Ron, you know, we've fought to try and have a PACA type policy put in place in Canada for probably 10 years or more, but it hasn't happened. Food security is, to use Pierre's words, a buzzword these times, a very important buzzword. If we had a PACA system in Canada, would that help us in terms of achieving greater food security in times like this?
It most definitely will, because it does a few things. It creates stability for farmers and other fruit and veg sellers in Canada to invest more. So they know that, hey, we're in a COVID environment. There are farmers right now who have reduced their acreage and how much they're producing out of concern for their economic stability. And concern that what they're producing, are they going to get paid for it? Is the company they're selling to going to go bankrupt in these unstable times, more so than ever in the past? Within Canada, that farmer selling in, as I mentioned in the past, the committee has no inventory to access. There's nothing, you know, if there's a bankruptcy, they basically are left out of pocket totally. They cannot leverage the BIA effectively based on how it's set up. With a PACA-like tool put in place, we were looking for a model that farmer would feel confident they could sell, that the food security model would be effective, and the long-term success of the industry is stabilized.
Okay, with that, I do want to, on behalf of the committee, thank all our witnesses for taking their time for answering our questions, preparing your remarks. They're appreciated very much, and all this information certainly goes up the line, and the government has certainly showed a willingness to come in with a policy and taking the necessary measures to adapt to certain situations where people are falling through the cracks. So I think in this panel today, we've seen some of the immediate problems, and then from Mr. Fadden and Mr. Berkshire Miller, we've had some ideas that we need to be looking at going forward as well. So thank you to the witnesses and to committee members. We will see you at the next meeting on Thursday. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.